meeting to order.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Philseth,
Here.
Councilmember Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, there's a quorum.
Okay, thank you. So our first item tonight is special order of the day. We've been hearing from one nonprofit each month all year, and tonight it's Cheryl Klein with Alta Housing. Cheryl, you want to go ahead?
Cheryl, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. So good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mayor Dubois and City Council for inviting me to give you a short update about Alta Housing. As you just said, my name is Cheryl Klein. I'm the COO of Alta Housing and a Palo Alto resident. You may be familiar with us as Palo Alto Housing. We changed our name in the spring of 2020 to reflect our expansion. First, I want to share with you a short video that we put together with the county for Affordable Housing Month. And then I'm going to give you an update on how we've been working with our over 2,500 Palo Alto residents through the pandemic. And finally, I will give you an update on Wilton Court. So let's go to the video. Just hang on one second. Let's see. Hang on. Can you still see my screen?
No, we can't.
Okay, hang on one second.
Housing. We're a community-based nonprofit that's been in existence for 50 years. And for each one of
Can you
those
hear the
50
sound
years,
too?
we have been building, maintaining, and providing essential services, creating an entire community where all of our residents can thrive. We're standing here at Colorado Park Apartments, and this is actually the very first apartment complex that Alta Housing built back in 1972. And this project is an example of Alta Housing's commitment not only to build these complexes, but to maintain and renovate them so they provide a high quality, affordable place for all of our residents to live for many, many years in the future. These are 60 units of 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units that provide affordable housing for those making between $50,000 and $85,000 a year.
Building infill development on the Mid-Peninsula can be very challenging. We have some of the highest land and construction costs in the country. It can be difficult to find contractors. Sometimes we'll have environmental issues since this isn't the first use for any of our sites. And we're very close to our neighbors. As we balance providing affordable housing for as many people as possible at the lowest cost and also fitting into our neighborhoods, it's a balancing act and an ongoing process between city officials, between neighbors, between affordable housing advocates. And we try to keep all those perspectives in mind as we design development. Often we'll take community members, council members, neighbors to our other properties. Since all of our properties are on the Mid-Peninsula, we can show them what our affordable housing properties really look like. When people are there, they're often really surprised at the quality of design, the materials, and just how happy our people are that are living there and how happy the neighbors are. Very often people will say, I've seen this building so many times, I had no idea it was affordable housing.
I'm standing here today at Wilton Court Apartments, which is in downtown Palo Alto, and it's 52 units of affordable housing for families. We've got 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, an on-site playground and laundry room, underground parking, as well as a community room where we have a computer center, and during non-COVID times, after-school programs and various family programs of all types. Our residents here at Oak Court and all of our properties are a wonderful, diverse mix that reflects the diversity of the Bay Area and our local area. People from all different backgrounds and experiences, and also working in a lot of essential positions. And we've noticed that particularly in the last year, recognizing that so many of our residents are serving our community and helping us all through the pandemic. At Alta Housing, it's really important to us that our properties are always maintained very well. And so our property management, resident services, and maintenance teams work very hard to keep the properties upgraded, clean and tidy, and we often are doing various rehab projects to keep the properties in really good condition.
I am working in Viat Palo Alto. I am cook one. So my job is close to my home. I enjoy Palo Alto and I enjoy the Oakwood apartments in my community because when I was working in NB and I was living in San Jose, that was terrible life for me. Too much stress because I have to drive almost an hour when I come back to my job. In the morning, I get up too early to stay there, to get on time because too much traffic at that time. And then I was worried for my son, for my family, because I was really far from there and something happens, some emergency from the school or for my father. I have to leave my job and run out. Oh my God, that was terrible. Almost get sick maybe by the stress in my life. No, now I don't feel nothing. I help the older people to do the meals. That's what was great. That's feeling my heart because I can help everybody.
Hi, my name is Lindsay and I live at California Park Apartments. I've lived there for 7 or 8 years now, and living there has been great. Being able to live and work really close has been just amazing. I work at Palo Alto Medical Foundation in Palo Alto, and I'm a medical assistant there in the OBGYN department. I've also have a strong role as a clinical coordinator there. So helping pregnant women in my community is my passion, has been for over 11 years, and I just love it. I love living, working close to home. It's just been great.
In this video, you've heard us mention a very important word, community. We are a community-based nonprofit working right here in the heart of Silicon Valley. But it's also important to remember that we are providing essential housing, affordable housing for members of your community. Our residents are folks that work in your neighborhoods, work in your communities. These are folks that you see every day, whether it's at your doctor's office, whether it's at the grocery store, whether it's in your children's school. These are members of each one of our communities, and they are critical to helping us build the neighborhoods we all want to live in.
I'm just gonna, I want to just go back to my slides for 1 second. Just hang on 1 second so I can go back to my slides.
No problem.
My technical skills are. Thank you. Okay. Here we go.
The tips for affordable housing. If you live or work in a community, you
Oops.
probably have preference. And the reason
That's okay.
Wait a second, hang on.
I was
Okay.
impressed. I thought you had a professionally narrated PowerPoint.
Okay, so can you see my screen? Let me try this. Let me try this again. Thank you for your patience. I really appreciate it. And I'm sorry. Can everybody see my screen now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I just want to tell you really, really quickly what we've done during COVID to help our residents we learned, as the video said, that many of our residents are essential workers and have really helped the whole community during the pandemic and continue to do so. So since March of 2020, our property management and resident services teams have continued to make resident safety and well-being a priority. We have reached out to residents to provide rental assistance connections, vaccination support, and wellness check-in. The wellness check-ins are especially important for our senior communities to make sure that they feel connected. We have also worked with other organizations like the Second Harvest Food Bank and Food Runners to bring groceries and foods to our residents. Here's a picture of our bi-weekly drive-through farmers market where we load up cars with 4 boxes of food, produce, meat, in order to make sure that people have enough food so they aren't food insecure. So we also have morphed a lot of our programming with our youth so that we were able to do it online. And this past summer, we did a hybrid program to make sure that we could continue to help them during the summer. So last December, in December 2020, we finished our first project in San Mateo County, which is 67 units for veterans and the formerly homeless. And that opened up in November. We started moving people in time for the holidays. And our project down the street in Mountain View at Luna Vista, well, it's called Luna Vista at 950 El Camino Real. It's on the former Taco Bell site near downtown Mountain View, is finishing up construction. And we are getting ready to start moving people in to that project in October. And then our own Wilton Court, which all of you supported, and I'm so grateful for, is under construction. We're getting ready to pour the second level, the slab on the second level, and we hope to be done early next fall so we can move residents in. And then finally, we were fortunate enough to be selected to move into the Palo Alto Sobrato Center for Nonprofits that just opened up. We moved our offices there last week. It's on West Bayshore, and we are with other mission-aligned nonprofits, including the Ecumenical Hunger Program, the 49ers Academy, Peninsula Family Connections, and CARA, and Housing Choices, which you may remember, they provide housing for adults with developmental disabilities and are helping us on Wilton Court. So hopefully at some point we can invite you in and you can see the center in person. And I also, anybody who wants to tour Wilton Court, come to the construction site, just reach out to me. I'm happy to meet you there and talk to you about the project. And I thank you for all of your support and your continued support. So any questions, just reach out to me. I know you all have my email. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Thanks for that update. Got some virtual applause. So thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna move on to our next item, which is a closed session. It's a conference with the city attorney on some potential litigation with Human Bosina. Let's go to see if there are any members of the public that want to speak on this item. I'm not seeing any hands, so we'll come back to council. Can I get a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. We're going to go ahead and vote on the motion. I'm going to start tonight with Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Great. All right, so we're going to go into closed session. And we are scheduled to be back at about 6:20, it looks like. We'll see you in closed session. So it's always tough to go back right to the public because of the delay, but so we're coming out of the closed session with no reportable action. We're on to agenda changes, additions and deletions. I don't think we have any tonight. So we'll move on to oral communications where members of the public can speak to anything that's not otherwise on the agenda tonight. So if you'd like to speak, please go ahead and raise your hand. All right, and I see 4 speakers at the moment. And we will continue accepting hands until Mr. Nielsen Eng finishes speaking, and then we will no longer take hands. And our first speaker for 3 minutes is Kimberly Wong.
Hi. So dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members, a man at Hana House a few years ago asked me, why do you think anyone here would be interested in this Chinese artwork? As I put up posters of my teacher's exhibition at the Pacific Art League downtown. Why don't you go back to your country to show it? This very brief encounter left me shaken. Then it made me angry to be seen as a foreigner when my family roots date back to 1900 when my grandfather first came to Palo Alto. He was a co-owner of a first licensed Chinese-owned restaurant on University, and 3 generations of my family went through K-12 in Palo Alto schools. So what gives one race the right to claim another race does not belong here? This memory came back to me as I read about racial hate tirade that happened a few weeks ago, where the ranting man told an owner of Fuki Sushi, go back to your country. I could see how distraught Lumi Gardner, the owner, was at the Sunday's rally from being screamed at and threatened with a call afterwards. It took her some time to regain her composure before speaking to us. And for me to read in the paper that no charges were filed because this hate speech is protected by the First Amendment totally incensed me. This was verbal harassment and a deliberate intimidation of longstanding and respected member of our community. Palo Alto, for the most part, is a racially diverse and welcoming community. Those with the power to do so should do everything they can to protect their citizens from unwarranted, disparaging, and discriminatory attacks. So I am asking what the City Council can do to stop any types of racial assaults, regardless of whether it is verbal or physical. My grandfather was thrown into Lake Lagunita, which caused him to develop asthma later, just because he was Chinese. Years ago, covenants and deeds against non-whites to purchase homes in certain parts of Palo Alto also created a racially divided community. Many believe that this is past history, as my family and I have and many non-Asian friends in the community. Sad to say, though, that racial bias still exists today. I understand the City Council adopted a resolution denouncing anti-Asian racism back in March 2020, but I'm wondering, what can it do to stop these racially motivated attacks from happening? And what more can be done? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nielsen Eng.
Dear Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, my name is Nelson Eng. I was a Palo Alto resident for over 20 years. Since the beginning of this year, like many of you, I started to notice the increase of racial attacks on Asians. Over the past 7 months, the attacks on Asians, especially seniors and women, can be seen in the news almost every day. Although Palo Alto has been shielded from the brutal physical racial attacks and killing of Asians that are happening across the country, the recent incident of this racist ranter in Fuki Sushi reminds us that racism still exists here in Palo Alto. I'm especially disheartened when I learned from the paper that after the police was able to identify the racist ranter, they determined that no charge will be filed because hate speech is protected under First Amendment, and that even the identity of the racist ranter will not be disclosed to the public. I'm frustrated and disappointed by this. The message is being conveyed to our community is that there is no consequences to these racist actions. This could be one of the reasons to feel the dramatic increase of anti-Asian attacks across our country. Given that the City Council has passed a resolution to denounce anti-Asian racism back in March, I would like to understand from the City Council that what are the actions the city will take on this and other anti-Asian hate matters that happen in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Sylvester.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name's Mary Sylvester, and I've proudly been a Palo Alto resident for 44 years and a friend of Kimberly Wong and Nelson Ng, and I'd like to associate my comments with theirs. Yesterday, there was a celebration on diversity in Barron Park's Bowl Park, drawing residents from all over Palo Alto to celebrate the rich diversity of our community, as well as to acknowledge more troubling aspects of what's been going on in the last year and a half. Sadly, thanks to the leadership of the Barron Park and Ventura neighborhood associations, along with council members Koo and Berg, there were a number of local residents present who want to bring an end to such heinous actions. We know the hate-filled and divisive rhetoric of our former president that has contributed greatly to emboldening many angry individuals to act out cruelly and sometimes violently against vulnerable groups in our society. Of late, Asian Americans have been the object of such physical and verbal assault. Two recent survivors of such hate crimes, one a highly respected member of our city council, as well as a female co-owner of Fuki Sushi, spoke at this rally and attested to their fears, the impact and the trauma on their and their families' lives given hate actions, and their uncertainty about coming forward. They both concluded that if they didn't, they were missing an important opportunity to empower other survivors of such crimes, as well as to end the scourge of racism and hatred. As a community, what can we do? We need a stronger proclamation against hate crimes. Santa Clara County, as well as the city of Santa Clara, have had local task force, and Santa Clara County recommendation is to have specialized hate crime training for its police officers, enhance police services, a website in Spanish and Cantonese that makes it user-friendly to victims in our community, as well as a 24-hour hate crime hotline that San Francisco has. Lastly, I'd like to see city senior administrators, our police chief, and perhaps our mayor meet with County DA Rosen to account for such minor charges against a verbal assault against a council member, which was an assault against every member of our community. And hate speech is protected. The co-owner of Fuki Sushi is not allowed to know who her perpetrator is and to be able to keep she and her staff safe. This is unacceptable. Mr. Mayor, please take action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Wessel, you had your hand up. Would you like to speak?
Good evening and apologies. I raised my hand at the wrong time. I wanted to speak up regarding the train grade separation options. I think this is a later agenda.
Yeah, we'll come back to you then. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next speaker is John.
Hello, this is John. I wanted to ask about the train as well, so you can table me for the moment.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Chris Robel.
Hi, good evening, Council. I wanted to address a topic regarding the business tax. And I don't know if you've seen the article that Dave Price from the Daily Post published today, but I thought it was a thought-provoking and a good one. And essentially, he was putting forth the idea that a business tax should not apply to the small mom and pop retail stores that are supporting our community. I think he was proposing something like a threshold of anything under 20,000 square feet would not be taxed, or but whatever the threshold might be, that makes sense. And I think there's some merit to that. And I would really, I'm in full support of a business tax, kind of along the line of what Councilmember Byrd is, the $30 million range, to put us on par with neighboring communities. But so I'm all for it, but I think it should be focused on, and there's a double benefit of doing this. One is, of course, if we target it at the larger tech companies, not the small restaurants and small community serving businesses. By doing that and having some threshold, we can address the financial challenges, one, but also by going after the bigger companies, we really do address the core issue of the jobs housing imbalance. We're tackling the demand side of the equation. There's a lot of discussion about the supply side with the RENA targets and everything else, but the demand side, I think, is really key. And we can use this business tax as a vehicle for limiting that, limiting the needs there. So I would really encourage kind of maybe doing a business tax that starts at some threshold of square foot and goes beyond that, and anything under that would be not having imposed a tax, so that we don't hurt the small businesses that support us. And lastly, as I said before, I please ask that this not in any way affect residents. I think residents are being taxed more than their share throughout, and will continue to be based on what I'm seeing. So anyway, thank you very much, and appreciate the time.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Annette Ross.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. Good evening, Mayor Dubois and council members. Tonight, you will spend hours talking about grade separation. That's important, but I think it less important than the soul of the city. More and more, I hear friends ask, what's going on here? What's going on is pretty scary. Lydia Ku's life was threatened. Her family was also threatened. A restaurant owner was subjected to a racial tirade in her own restaurant. A young student was attacked downtown in the middle of the day. And retail thefts are becoming commonplace. People are also asking why these things are happening here and where is our city's voice in this? Why are we not hearing more from our city leaders condemning these crimes and insisting on meaningful consequences? I would like to associate myself with the suggestions and comments made by Mary Sylvester. I hope that you will take serious time to consider all of her suggestions, especially those that are directed at the crimes against the owner of Fuki Sushi and also Lydia Ku. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Return back to our agenda. The next item is minutes approval. Looking for a motion.
I'd be happy to move approval of the minutes for August 9th.
Okay, and I'll second that. Not seeing any hands. Let's go ahead and vote. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Okay, we're on to our consent calendar, which has one item tonight. Do any council members want to register no votes or? Okay, not seeing any hands. If any members of the public would like to speak to the consent calendar, please raise your hand. Not seeing any hands there either. So let's go ahead and vote on consent. Councilmember Cormac,
I'll move and you can second and I'll vote yes.
thank you. I will vote yes as well. Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
All right. So we are on to our city manager comments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I have a few items to provide for community updates. Let's see. The clerk's office is able to get that PowerPoint going. If not, I can. Oh, terrific. Thank you, Danny. All right, let's proceed to the next slide, please. All right, as always, our weekly update on things related to the pandemic. This week, we wanted to highlight a few items related to California Department of Public Health's new order regarding attendance at indoor events of greater than 1,000. Not typical here in Palo Alto, but for those that may be attending indoor events in particular in the region, that beginning on September 20th, there would be a proof of vaccination or negative COVID test required in order to attend. More detail on that are provided in a variety of forms, but notably on the state's and I believe the county website is also providing information there. Also tracking upcoming information regarding the availability of booster shots or the third shot that the County of Santa Clara has announced at August 14th as the date for individuals with compromised immune systems. We also know that information on more widespread availability of the third shot booster shots are being developed, and we are tracking the county in particular, sccfreevax.org or .com for information on additional availability and the plan for rollout. Would note also ongoing testing here in Palo Alto, available every week here at City Hall, as well as the Mitchell Park Library parking lot on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, as well as the county bringing regular testing. Recognize again that testing is certainly something that individuals have wanted to do perhaps on an immediate basis, but for those that are establishing a routine of recurring testing, that these are great resources for that. Next slide, please. Did want to note a few upcoming events and items for your calendar during the week of September 10th through the 18th. There are a series of events throughout Palo Alto that are establishing this common theme of Together Again Palo Alto that will begin with a movie in the park on September 10th and really involve a significant volume, a series of events in a variety of formats, a variety of topic areas and areas of interest that is a bit of something for everyone. And information on that available on our webpage on cityofpaloalto.org/together again, one word, or on our homepage at the news, one of the news buttons. Next slide, please. Also want to note a few actually upcoming events this week. One on Thursday of this week on the San Francisco Airport SFO Ground-Based Augmentation System, or GBAS, as it's commonly referred to. This will be the second meeting on this topic hosted by Palo Alto and in conjunction being presented by SFO staff. So that will be this Thursday from 5 to 6:30 p.m. Meeting details on our homepage and on the city's calendar. Next slide, please. Another event or community meeting coming up this week is actually hosted by LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission, related to countywide fire services. This is the third of 3 countywide meetings that are being hosted by LAFCO to gain feedback from communities throughout Santa Clara County. This one focused on the North County area, and information here provided for both the meeting itself on this Wednesday from 6 to 7 p.m., as well as the LAFCO fire survey that they were using for the purpose of gathering feedback from residents throughout the county. Next slide, please. Then also want to note our ongoing work with the Council's Sustainability Climate Action Plan ad hoc. We did post a blog to provide more general information for community members about the ongoing effort and how to get plugged in on this effort that will proceed over the next several months. The next meeting of the ad hoc committee will be on September 9th, beginning at 9 a.m. and with specific topic areas scheduled over the upcoming months. So definitely worth checking out the blog as well as the basic information, again, all available on our homepage under news. Next slide, please. And then to move beyond kind of the business of the day, to remember that wellness remains a key focus area for our community as we move into recovery, that our fall art classes and the Enjoy catalog is out for the fall. And so hopefully everyone received a copy of it or can chase it down via our homepage and see the variety of classes available here, focusing on art classes with registration beginning on August 26th for residents. And really want to encourage members of the community to take a look at the catalog and see what might be of interest and participate. Next slide, please. Then another opportunity for more grassroots events is our Know Your Neighbor grant program that the council approved funding for as part of your budget, and provides up to $1,000 for community events, block level events of individual residents or smaller groups of residents at the $500 earmark, and really like to encourage residents to take advantage of this opportunity. It is on a first come, first serve in terms of the awards. And again, information on this is also provided at our homepage under news, and really a great resource for, as noted, getting to know your neighbors and taking the opportunity to get together at the block or neighborhood level. Next slide, please. And some other upcoming events and opportunities to really see the richness of our cultural arts programming at the Art Center, a new program beginning. The Art of Disability will begin September 11th and will be extending through the month of December. And again, information available through our Art Center webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/artcenter. And next slide, please. Also more art, and you not only need to go see it, but it will see you, and you'll see it around town. And in particular here, temporary art, now up at our public safety building construction site. You can see here really an opportunity to brighten up what would otherwise be orange barricades. So really appreciate our art staff and community members getting involved with this program. And also, if you haven't noticed, at our public art, our temporary public art in particular, the QR codes provide a link to an overall listing, and wherever you are, you'll see a QR code that will give you a bit of information about the art that you're taking a look at, as well as allow you to see art throughout the city. Next slide, please. And then finally, some upcoming items. Next week, we have on the topic of foothill fire mitigation, study session on that topic. Also note an item that we have had some community interest in, safe storage of firearms. and then a follow-up discussion on homelessness and unhoused services. Continued discussion from a few weeks ago on the council's agenda. And then we'll take the Labor Day holiday, will be a Monday off, and then the following week on September 13th will be a study session with the independent police auditor, as well as a follow-up discussion and action related to economic developments and street closures in the downtown and California Avenue areas. And then looking a little further out in upcoming agendas through September and into October, parking management, North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, and additional grade separation discussions focused on Churchill Crossing. So with that, I believe that's our last slide. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Back to you.
All right, thank you for the update. So we're on to our one action item tonight, which is a detailed review of rail alternatives for Meadow and Charleston. Philip, would you like to take it away?
Yes, thank you, and good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. I'm hoping that Ripon is with us and he's pulling up the PowerPoint, but in the meantime, I'll just intro this as he's pulling that up. I'm Philip Cami, the Chief Transportation Official from the Office of Transportation. There we go. And tonight, joining me in this presentation, our staff working behind the scenes, Ripon Bhatia, and our grade separation engineering consultant team from AECOM, Millette Litzinger, Peter DeStefano, Eddie Mercurio, and Paul Burge. And the slide is all the way up. Can you please proceed to the next slide? Thank you. This slide provides an outline of the planned order for discussion tonight, noting that we'll first cover the Charleston Meadow alternatives, and then we'll follow up on additional studies that had been discussed previously. Next slide, please. So tonight's presentation is a continuation of our discussion from the April 26th City Council meeting on grade separation. And as a follow-up on that meeting, staff and consultant are before you tonight to provide more of a detailed look at the 4 alternatives that are under consideration for Charleston and Meadow. And in addition, we'll review the additional studies that have been proposed as options to assist with narrowing to preferred alternatives with the goal of actually selecting preferred alternatives at each of the crossings. Next slide. And this slide lists all of the additional studies that will be discussed later tonight following the presentation on Charleston and Meadow alternatives. And staff will later be seeking council direction on which of those we should move forward with. And then with that, I'll hand the presentation over to our AECOM team, who will be presenting the 4 Meadow Charleston alternatives that Ripon just flashed to on that next slide.
Yes, good evening. I'm Millette Litzinger, and I'm with AECOM. And I'm going to start off by presenting the alternatives under consideration for Meadow Charleston, and then review the additional studies that Philip just mentioned there. And as the slide indicates, we have 4 alternatives under consideration for Meadow Charles. That's the viaduct, the trench, hybrid, and underpass, and I'm going to go through them in that order. The next slide starts with the viaduct, and this is a plan and profile view of the railroad tracks, and it illustrates the extent of the rail improvements for the alternatives. Hopefully you visited our website and virtual room so you can see these in more detail and zoom in, but to orient you, the railroad tracks on this exhibit are from left to right, and San Francisco is to the left and San Jose to the right. The top view is looking down on the railroad from above, and the bottom, the profile, is looking at the railroad tracks from the side. And for the viaduct, the railroad will be elevated over Meadow Drive and Charleston Road. The railroad begins rising north of Loma Verde and remains elevated over Meadow Drive and Charleston Road. and then it returns to its existing elevation south of Verney Avenue. The next slide shows a rendering of what the viaduct will look like. This is a viewpoint looking south, and you can see Meadow remains at its existing grade or elevation, and the railroad here is raised approximately 20 feet above Meadow and Charleston Road. The next alternative is the trench. And this is the same idea with the plan and profile here, but the railroad will be lowered in this situation in the trench in a U-shaped box. And the railroad will go below Meadow Drive and Charleston Road. The lowering here will begin south of Loma Verde, and it'll remain lowered under Meadow and Charleston and return to grade at the San Antonio station. In the trench option or alternative, the railroad is approximately 30 feet below Meadow and Charleston. And the lowering of the railroad will require diversion of the Adobe and Barren Creeks. And that would require some lift station siphons and regulatory agency permits for approvals to do that. The next slide is the rendering of what the trench would look like. Again, we're looking south, and you see Meadow remaining at grade, but then the railroad is lowered below Meadow and Charleston Drive. All right, one other thing I wanted to note on this exhibit here is you can see that the landscaping here it depicts plants that have shallow roots, because the retaining walls to create the trench that the railroad goes into requires ground anchors that will be in those areas. The next alternative is the hybrid. Hybrid is a term we use to indicate that the railroad is partially raised and the roadway is partially lowered. In this alternative, the railroad tracks will be approximately 15 feet above Meadow and Charleston. And the railroad will begin rising at Verney Avenue, be raised over Meadow and Charleston, and then return to grade just north of Verney Avenue. The next slide is a layout of Meadow. And in this exhibit, Meadow Drive is up and down on the exhibit, and the purple areas indicate where the street will be lowered. So in this case, Meadow will be lowered roughly between Park Boulevard and east of Alma, and Alma Street will also require some lowering to as part of the hybrid alternative. The next slide shows Charleston. It has the same orientation and it's very similar to Meadow Drive. And we're lowering both Meadow and Charleston in these instances approximately 6 feet below where they are today. And this next slide shows the rendering of Charleston. It illustrates the retaining walls here to elevate the railroad and lower Charleston as well as Alma. And after this, I'm going to pass it off to Peter so he can walk you through the Meadow underpass.
Great, thanks, Moet. Good evening, everyone. I'm going to just step through the Meadow and Charleston underpass options real quick. What you see here in purple is similar to what Millette said for the other exhibits that shows the areas where the roadway is getting lowered. So in this alternative, the rail and Alma Street are going to remain where they are today in terms of elevation. They won't change. And the road will get lowered, it'll dip underneath the tracks and underneath Alma and then ascend back up near Emerson. This is very similar to how the underpass is at Embarcadero. There's a couple of, what's a little bit different than Embarcadero is in this alternative, there's a couple of T intersections that are right on either side of Alma Street that accommodate some of the turning movements. There's only a couple of turning movements that are not accommodated in this alternative, and those are to and from eastbound and westbound Meadow to southbound Alma Street. And that's mainly because there is an elevated and separated 20-foot wide ped bike path on the south side of Meadow. So let me just quickly describe some of these turning movements. I know this is a little bit confusing at first here. So let's say if you're traveling northbound on Alma and you want to access Meadow, you would actually pass over Meadow, head over towards Alma Circle, and reach the intersection there about 600 feet north of Meadow, and then make a U-turn that's shown there in the purple, and then come back in the other direction going south, and then come to the T intersection at Meadow. We will be at a signalized intersection where you can make a left or right onto Meadow. There's another turning movement that cannot be accommodated in this option is if you're traveling on westbound Meadow, you would not be able to access southbound Park Boulevard. Again, that's because of the elevation difference between the ped bike path and Meadow Drive. Ribbon, I think we could go to the next slide. Ribbon?
Yeah, it advanced, Peter. Are you seeing it? He's got the rendering.
Oh, no, you know what? I think my screen froze. That's okay. There's a couple of renderings shown on this next slide, so let's see if I can remember it. One of them is showing looking northbound on Alma towards Meadow. You can see at the underpass, and another is looking westbound on Meadow, where you can make a right turn onto northbound Alma. There's more renderings on the website. Those are all posted there. So if you want to see further or additional views, you could head over to the website and see them there. Okay, the next slide for Charleston. This alternative is very similar to Meadow. The tracks in Alma Street will remain at their existing elevation. Charleston is lowered from just west of Park Boulevard to just west of Wright Place. Again, those limits are shown in the purple there. There's a two-way
Yeah,
ped
and
bike.
hang on a second. We're not on the correct side. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Rippin.
Okay, sorry about that.
Continue on, Peter.
Yeah, I can't see what slide we're on.
No,
apologize for that.
I'm helping you drive. I can see it and I'm following along. So
Okay, sounds good. There's a two-way ped bike path similar on Meadow, but instead of on the south side, it's on the north side here at Charleston. This path.
Sorry. Let me get this. Sorry, it was on a different slide. So Peter, please continue. It's on Charleston Underpass layout slide.
Okay, sounds great. So this ped bike path that's shown in that pink magenta color, that also passes underneath the tracks on Alma Street. It's also similar to what was done at Meadow. All the turning movements at Alma and Charleston at the intersection can be made. However, a few of the movements will require vehicles to travel about 600 feet to the east through a proposed two-lane roundabout that's near Mumford Place. So for example, let's say you're traveling northbound on Alma Street towards Charleston. Instead of, let's say you wanted to access the El Camino on the west side of the tracks, you would make a right-hand turn onto Alma. I'm sorry, make a right-hand turn at the intersection. You would traverse to the east towards the roundabout, then you make a U-turn and then descend into the underpass. You go underneath Alma, underneath the tracks, and then ascend back up towards El Camino. There's a few turning movements that would be prohibited in this alternative. Westbound vehicles on Charleston would not be able to access either direction of Park Boulevard. Northbound vehicles on Park Boulevard will not be able to access Charleston. And at the Eli Alma intersection, that's on the right-hand side of the screen there, only right turns will be allowed from Eli onto northbound Alma. This is done for some safety considerations and also to prevent some cut-through traffic through the neighborhood. This alternative, similar to Meadow, requires some partial acquisitions, and in this one, requires three full property acquisitions. And then on the renderings, the image on the left is looking south along Alma towards Charleston. There's ramp connections eastbound Charleston to southbound Alma. Can be seen in this view between Alma and the tracks. And the image on the right is looking west along Charleston. The roundabout just west of Mumford can be seen in the foreground, and the bridges under Alma and the tracks can be seen in the background. And on the next slide, I'll hand that over to Paul Berger, our noise expert.
Hopefully Paul's on the line. We're trying to get him promoted to.
No, I think I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can. Awesome. Hey,
Okay,
Paul.
great. All right. So I think that I was the primary investigator for the noise analysis for the grade separation program. I don't think that we were proposing here to review the entire noise study, but I think that a couple questions came up. We had one table in the study which took a look at the various potential noise reductions for the different alternatives that were under study at the time, which are slightly different than the ones that are currently being considered, is my understanding. And we'd identified there was basically 4 different significant noise sources associated with the rail line as it is now. One of those was the horn soundings at the grade crossing. One is the wheel rail interaction between the steel wheels and the steel rail. One is engine noise, and another, actually not rail related, but still a significant noise source in the area, which was roadway noise. And so this particular table just provided a qualitative analysis of which of those noise sources would be reduced by which of the alternatives. And by qualitative, I mean it didn't provide a quantitative number in how much it would reduce it, but just which ones would reduce which sources. And we had listed for both viaduct and hybrid that they would help to reduce wheel rail noise and also engine noise. And there was a question about that. I think part of the question was, would the hybrid and viaduct actually decrease those, since I think some people were concerned that they would be, those alternatives would be elevating the rail line slightly, or somewhere between 15 to 20 feet. So I think that, to clarify, that we did believe that both of those alternatives would generally reduce both wheel rail noise and engine noise. And this is because the can you still hear me? Am I still audible?
Yeah, I'm getting you
Okay.
loud and clear, Paul.
Okay. And this is primarily because both of those alternatives had built into them a short parapet noise barrier, which is a 6-foot barrier that is mounted along the edge of the elevated viaduct or hybrid. And those would help to effectively reduce the wheel rail noise and the engine noise for most cases. Also worth noting that part of that conclusion includes the fact that the train types would be switched over to electric multiple unit trains rather than the current locomotive hauled commuter rail trains. And one of the key differences between those two is that a locomotive, the engine noise comes out near the top. The venting is near the top of the locomotive, which is about 12 to 15 feet above the top of the rail. And the EMU vehicles, the motors are down much lower, down near where the wheels are. So the elevation of where the noise propagates from the train is much lower. And for a locomotive, they would not benefit from that relatively short parapet barrier, which is about 6 feet high. But for the EMU trains, they would definitely benefit from that for the engine noise. So the one exception of where there might be a slightly more noise for the viaduct or hybrid options is where there are still locomotive hauled, diesel locomotive hauled trains. And that's because it's possible that raising the track bed 15 to 20 feet for the hybrid or viaduct options, that would raise the noise from the locomotives up to something like 35 feet. And in some cases, second row receivers might then have a direct line of sight to the engine vents on the locomotives. So it's possible that for just those locomotives, there might be a slight increase or less of a decrease for the second row homes. But the first row homes, the ones that are getting most of the noise to begin with, they should benefit equally from either of those alternatives. There was also a question, could we put the short parapet barriers on any of the other alternatives, like at the at-grade sections? And that would be possible. That wasn't necessarily part of those other alternatives, but that could be, and in some cases those might help there. But some of the other alternatives that were looked at, including the grade crossing closure or an underpass alternative, or the switching to the EMU trains alone, would not necessarily reduce wheel rail noise if they did not also include those parapet barriers. And I think that was the main question, but if I didn't answer that, let me know and I'll take another go at it.
Great, thanks, Paul. I think I'm going to move on then to covering the slides that is going to walk us through the additional studies that the council has been asked to consider. Some of the details on the scope was in your agenda packet, so I'm going to go over these in summary. The first one on our list was the track review and Caltrain coordination. These additional studies would help us understand Caltrain's long-term plans so that the city can design the alternatives to accommodate and not preclude 4 tracks if they were required. And the next slide that we have is the traffic study, the update of the traffic study. And for this one, there was a request that we extend the forecast out to 2040. And since Palo Alto has not identified any growth beyond 2030, updating the traffic volumes to 2040 land use would only affect zones that are outside of Palo Alto. And there will be some changes if we redid the analysis, but the results may not show a significant difference. The volumes would not be significantly different than what we studied previously already. The next slide is to define, make refinements in the underpass alternatives. And doing some refinements would help add some details, but this would likely not change the basic design and differentiate one alternative over the other in this effort. The next one is preliminary geotechnical investigations. We were asked if we could do additional geotech and groundwater excavations, which are typically done in the next phase. However, if we did this now, we could help confirm some of the assumptions that we've made in this planning level study, as well as some of our unit cost. The next slide shows evaluating the box jacking system. And then what you're also seeing is the same title here about the geotechnical investigations. And in addition to what you saw in the previous slide, for this one, we would also use that geotechnical information and would further investigate the box jacking system for feasibility and its merits. The next slide is the shadow analysis. This is typically done on tall structures. And again, it would normally be done in the next phase, but they develop a 3D model that would help determine the extent of shadows cast by the elevated railroad structure that would be adjacent to, the shadow that would be caused by the elevated rail structure to the adjacent homes. And the next one is related to noise. Adding, we could do this at the next phase as well, but adding Caltrain's long-term 2040 growth forecasts could could cause some alternatives recommendations to shift as it relates to noise with this additional analysis and considering the future growth of Caltrain operations. And then the next one is related to storm drainage infrastructure. And this we would do additional evaluation on the alternatives that are lowering the track. It could further define the impacts related to the creek crossings and the pump stations and siphons, and it could help us further define the drainage costs via alternatives. As we've noted in the past, these creek crossings are challenging from an engineering perspective, but they are also challenging from a environmental permitting perspective as well. The next slide is additional outreach. We could, doing this would allow the city to obtain more feedback from additional stakeholders and would help establish the favorability potentially of one or more of the alternatives. And the next one is urban design. This is similar to the design refinements that we talked about for the underpass. More detail could be provided, but it may not necessarily differentiate one alternative over the other. And the next one is there's been some requests to further study some bike ped undercrossings at Seal and Loma. And this is being done as part of the city's bike ped transportation plan. And then the last one is related to sustainability. And again, the same mantra here in that also similar to the design refinements and urban design, in that more detail to the alternative could be developed, but it's not really likely to be a differentiator that would help narrow down the alternatives. And I think Philip is up next here.
Thank you very much, Millette. So this slide follows up on each of the additional studies that were just covered and provides our professional recommendations for identifying the priority of each study based on potentially the expected value that the slides might add, or I should say the studies might add in narrowing the alternatives. And it's also worth noting that when you consider all of these studies for all three crossings, it's estimated to range in costs from approximately $1.25 million to $1.73 million. And can I have the next and final slide, please? So this slide takes us to possible actions and next steps, including determining if council believes that they might have the information necessary in order to narrow the alternatives, and also to determine which of the additional studies would provide information that's useful in further narrowing towards preferred alternatives for each crossing. And in addition, staff recommends consideration of inviting Caltrain and or VTA, but I think really Caltrain might provide a lot of value to a future study session in order to discuss Palo Alto questions and concerns. And following this meeting, staff can initiate additional studies as directed and return to council with additional information. And finally, staff will look to complete the project study report and move into the next project phase. And with that, staff and consultants are available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Let's go to members of the public for comment, and we'll come back to council for a discussion. So if you're a member of the public, you'd like to speak to this item, please raise your hand. Okay, and based on the number of hands, I think we'll go with 2 minutes a speaker. The clerk can adjust the clock. And thank you. Our first speaker will be Elizabeth Alexis. Elizabeth?
Yes, hi. Good evening, Council. I have sent in some comments already on my thoughts about these different studies. I think the single most important type of study to do is the geotechnical and storm drain, and I would add groundwater studies. While these are traditionally done later, I think that's also one of the root causes of cost overruns and problems with projects is not doing all that work up front. It helps you determine what are your real options, what are the real costs, and it's almost always where the complications lie. So I think no matter what we do, no matter what alternatives we do, having this information would be incredibly useful. I think studies of particularly technical things like the would be done with Caltrain and with potentially some of the other cities. Both Sunnyvale and Mountain View are considering underpasses. And I think these are the kinds of projects where doing them all together, there are significant cost savings and efficiencies. And these are things that we should all be exploring together, but with Caltrain. So I would really look to Caltrain and let them lead that kind of a study. I mean, Caltrain has just as much of an interest as we do at this point in getting these projects done as quickly and efficiently as possible. On the issue of design refinement, I mean, one way in which I might differ with staff's recommendation is that I think really there's a step to work with a bike consultant. That's, right now we've had people who are really focused on automobile facilities. And I think it would be really great to work with somebody who's really thinking about the bigger picture bicycle and not just right at the crossings, but how these connect into our wider bike plan. Anyway, so those would be my recommendations. I think, take it slow to take it fast later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jean Bozeman.
Wait a minute. Did I unmute? Okay.
Yep.
Oh, great. Let me just say that I care deeply about this city, and I'm just mostly sad and disappointed. I've lived here for 25 years, very familiar with those crossings, East Meadow, Charleston, and all that. But when we first talked about this, and I went to a briefing that was over off of East Meadow at the community center, when we first talked about this, things were very, very different. My main concern is not whether we can ameliorate the crossing problems and the driving problems. My main concern is this is $950 million. Now I know houses go for $1 and $2 million around here. I understand, but $950 million of anybody's money in a time when in the last 20 months, we've had global climate change accelerating, COVID-19 all over the place, and the political, I don't want to talk about those things, but we can't march forward as if none of that ever happened. And what I think we have to do is, as the late Steve Jobs would have said, we have to think differently. Yeah, there are some things that we need to do to make those railroad crossings safe for pedestrians, bikes, all of that. But the types of studies that you guys are talking about are not greatly changed from what they were 20 months ago. They have to be. Particularly, let me mention, I'm from Long Island. I know what happens with railroad crossings. You don't have to do a lot of study. I've said this before. I told the city manager, if you go to Long Island, I even brought back some pictures. I can tell you exactly what will happen, the eminent domain that will happen, but also the costs and the different alternatives, the overhead and the underground and all that. All this stuff is known. The thing that you need to do is think differently on your priorities and work with your neighboring and adjacent cities to harmonize what you guys are going to do, because it's only 2 or 3 crossings that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're no longer taking additional speakers. Larry Klein will be the last speaker. Our next speaker is Ellen Hartog. Ellen?
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. Thank you for listening. I appreciate all your work, but I have to tell you, I think the solutions are trouble. The traffic gets redirected on Wilkie. People of our neighborhood. I am in the Charleston Meadows neighborhood, and I feel like it's just going to be a thoroughfare for non-residential people to take shortcuts because the way you've configured crossing and stopping this direction and that direction, people are going to get very confused with this turnabout that takes up eminent domain. People are, the residences that in this area are going to be the ones who are going to suffer. And as well as if you're trying to cut costs, why do we have two crossings within a block of each other? Why not just make one for pedestrians? I think that would be a big cost saver. I've always wondered why you had to have both. And the original plan was to not have a crossing at East Meadow when it was developed back in the 50s. So with that said, the turn lanes are very confusing, traffic surrounding neighborhoods. And the design concept, I just think is a loser. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Melinda McGee.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, good. I want to echo some of the things that I just heard, including I'm one house off of Alma, and I feel like this is very short-sighted because we're impacted by three things. One, the trains constantly. Alma Street, which is a freeway, it's, you know, we have to address Alma Street at the same time as the train. And we also have a plane route coming over my house constantly. So, you know, I would really, this 2030 plan is very short-sighted. I mean, we're in 2021, almost 2022, and we're thinking about 2030. We really need a 50-year plan about transportation through our area, and having, you know, the focus on basically the 4 crossings in Palo Alto, you know, as other people have said, they have to be coordinated. And really, we have to do everything we can to get people out of their cars and to not, I mean, I'm on Lindero Drive. We already have people cutting through our neighborhood all the time to bypass the lights at Charleston or East Meadow. So we just really need to think far into the future, and just focusing on these 2 level crossings is, and I totally agree. Why would we have 2 crossings? And, you know, it'll be $1 billion by the time we're done and paid for all the studies. So it's just, it's overwhelming. Anyway, thank you. Thank you to all the council for your work on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Wessel.
Good evening to the mayor and the city council. In its current form, I oppose the Meadow-Charleston underpass, as well as the included roundabout option for Charleston. The plan requires the acquisition of eminent domain, including a number of family homes and an apartment complex. In the early 3D renderings, the impacts on these homes were conveniently blurred out. Now, Alcon just admitted in a 1 sentence that eminent domain acquisitions would be required for this option. In comparison, about 10 sentences were allocated to bicycle pathways and shadow studies each. Is our moral compass pointing in the right direction? We just heard from Mr. Kami that additional community outreach is a high priority item. However, it is costed in at only $15,000. All of the other items have a higher price tag, which makes me wonder. Contrary to previous public statements from council members, no such outreach has happened so far. Even in today's daily post coverage of the 4 different options, the front page headline focus was on the monetary costs rather than on the implied moral costs. Eminent domain was mentioned on page 18, not on the front page. This very large roundabout would also be in direct vicinity of the Hoover Elementary School and the Stevenson's retirement home. No matter how clever the yet to be designed accommodations for pedestrians, school children and seniors will turn out, it will be less safe and more noisy. Noise and pollution will increase significantly in the roundabout neighborhood. Early in the process, the City Council had publicly stated that it would be its highest priority to avoid the acquisition of eminent domain. Now it is time to call these words into action. Today's Daily Post headline was wrong. It should have read, 4 rail crossing options on table. Highest price option forces Palo Alto citizens out of their homes. Let me conclude, there is no price tag on wrongdoing. I have full confidence that you will make the right choices. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Robert Neff.
Oh, good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and honorable members of City Council. I'm Robert Neff. I've lived on Emerson near Loma Verde in South Palo Alto about 25 years. First, my preference, I prefer the hybrid proposal for the Charleston and Meadow crossings. But I want to speak to encourage you to move this process forward tonight, to work hard to make the difficult choices that reduce options, instead of making no choices and delaying a decision until later. It's been the hallmark of this City Council that it refuses to make these hard choices, and we waste money and time the longer this takes. Second, do not consider the money to be spent on this grade separation in a vacuum. Money raised for grade separation beyond the Measure B contribution from Santa Clara County taxpayers could be spent on other valuable projects for the city of Palo Alto. There is at least a $600 million difference between the options in the report for Meadow Charleston. There are a lot of useful projects in the city of Palo Alto that could be developed with that kind of funding. A transportation project could reconstruct the Embarcadero or University Caltrain underpasses, maybe both, and a long-term fund for low-cost housing could be endowed. The remaining utility underground could finally be completed across South Palo Alto. 5 new public buildings like the new public safety building could be built. The Cal Ave bike ped underpass could be reconstructed, wider and ADA compliant, and an additional 24 could be built. 24 bike underpasses or overpasses. Well, I'm not advocating for any of these, but I encourage you to consider the potential missed opportunities if too much money is dedicated to just one project. I wish you clear insight as you deliberate tonight, and thank you for your hard work for our city. And finally, I wanted to thank the members of the XCAP committee, some of whom are speaking after me, and Elizabeth Alexis for their grade separation work already. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Steve Rosenblum.
Hi, good evening, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would just like to again make a plea for taking a systems view of this issue and not to concentrate on just single crossings. The main thing to me that the council should be thinking about is connectivity of Palo Alto. Ever since Palo Alto was founded, it's been divided by railroad tracks. And the viaduct option offers the opportunity to change that and to make Palo Alto a fully connected community from east to west. Then also, what your decision needs to consider equity for all residents of Palo Alto, not just those living close to the tracks or close to a crossing. People that live near the 101 freeway, for example, are also affected by your decisions. And there are also voters in the city who may not be vocal on this issue yet. And I'm sure when the council does make its decisions and people realize the impacts of those decisions, there are going to be political consequences. Again, I would like to say that I'm a strong supporter of the viaduct as one of the remaining solutions for Meadow, Charleston, and Churchill. I think if a viaduct is built at those 3 crossings, there could be reduced costs associated with having a viaduct for all 3. And we heard tonight that the noise from a viaduct would not be an overwhelming issue. And we've also heard that the turning issues are completely non-existent with a viaduct. So all these complicated traffic motions are no longer necessary. I urge the council to take a step back and think about the citywide issues and think about the systems issues associated with the crossings and not just concentrating on single crossing issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keith Rechdahl.
Hi. First, I should note several of the studies are completely a waste of time at this point. In particular, the traffic study, the shadow analysis, the noise study, the urban designer, sustainability, none of those provide any information that's going to help with the down selection. That said, I live in the Charleston Meadows neighborhood, and my neighbors will be greatly impacted by this grade separation decision. In particular, the neighborhood almost uniformly opposes elevated rail alternatives because they would drastically change the neighborhood's quality of life. The city needs to be doing a full court press to make the non-elevated designs work. And this doesn't just mean doing more work, but instead fundamentally changing the mindset at work. For years, we've been in the mindset of eliminating alternatives. Now we must start making the alternatives work, and that requires a totally different mindset and a totally different skill set. For example, we produced a trench that continuously pumped groundwater, just saying that's the way it is. No, we can't live with these shortcomings. Instead, we must take action by identifying the shortcomings and fixing them. We just can't live with them. Similarly, the underpass design has a terrible bike ped connections at Park and has limited turning capability at Meadow and Alma. We need designers that won't live with that. The desire to avoid waiting on the Charleston roundabout led us to supersize 2-lane roundabout. We can't live with an out-of-scale roundabout on a neighborhood street. Charleston is not an expressway. These are all straws on the back of the camel that are breaking these designs. And finally, we need to address bicycle connections before the grade separation construction starts. For example, as the crow flies, the route from Boulware Park to Hoover Park is only about 0.6 of a mile, but the distance to take a bike is triple that. We should address these bike connections long ago, but we absolutely need to address it before grade separation starts. Failure to do so would both endanger school bikers and also encourage parents to drive their kids to school, worsening traffic. We need to be working bike connectivity now. Grade separation just isn't a public works project. It directly impacts people's quality of life. We need to take that into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nadia Nayak.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nadia Nayak, and I was the chair of XCAP, and I wanted to be available tonight to answer any questions that the council might have as we go through this report. I did want to point out a few highlights from XCAP's report that I didn't see maybe highlighted as strongly in the staff report, so I just wanted to go through those. XCAP proposed that the City Council should review their previous work and their guiding principles, as there are several conflicting goals. There wasn't any mention of that in tonight's staff report, but I'm assuming that this will happen at a future meeting. I did want to point out that XCAP really felt that that was important moving forward. XCAP also proposed doing the geotechnical, groundwater, and utility work earlier than normal due to experiences learned from both Caltrain electrification and the high-speed rail projects. As Elizabeth Alexis mentioned in her comments, both projects experienced significant cost overruns and in some cases significant design changes, with even more significant cost overruns relating to geotechnical and utility surprises that could have been avoided with some preliminary work. So we really feel that XCAP really thought that those ought to be moved up in front of the list, even though that's not usually how things are done. In addition, XCAP highlighted that this geotechnical work could serve to further narrow the range of alternatives. XCAP also recommended that there be a bike ped specific review of the impact of grade separations on overall bike ped circulation. I didn't see any mention of that in the staff report. And maybe the city intends to cover it as part of the bike ped plan, but as Keith Rechtel mentioned, this probably should come first, not last. The staff report doesn't contain any time estimates of this work that's proposed, and so the order of operations here is going to matter, and I'd have questions about how that works that should be considered in terms of what XCAP was recommending. Also, I just wanted to point out that the XCAP also recommended that the traffic study be updated with things related to Churchill and Embarcadero. So when that issue comes up, you might have to go back and amend stuff should you choose to pursue that this evening. Again, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sandeep Ball. Sandeep? Oh, there we go.
Can you hear me? Unmute. It's saying the host muted you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I think we were playing toggle mute. I was unmuting
sorry about
and you
that.
were muting. No problem. But I wanted to thank you all for spending the time and deliberating this, and particularly XCAP and Keith, who did such a good job explaining it to us at one of the previous meetings. I've lived in the CMA neighborhood for now 25 years. And as all of you know, the project we build will be around for 100 years, and we need to think carefully. I wanted to remind why the trench option is the best option, and other people have spoken about why the neighborhood doesn't favor the elevated option. So I'll just say my bit about the trench option. The trench option was also initially favored by XCAP, but there were cost and engineering concerns. And here Keith did a beautiful analysis and showed that trenches have been built at much lower cost at other locations, and that the engineering concerns can be addressed. Now, the underpass option is not going to be cheap either, considering the construction costs, eminent domain, property acquisition. It's also not compatible with our neighborly neighborhood, because it's going to make our neighborhood look more industrial, like the Page Mill Road neighborhood. And especially if the high-speed rail comes and there are 2 more tracks, then it'll be much worse. As I also saw from the diagrams, it restricts turns and will cause more neighborhood traffic, and it'll also push traffic to congest more at Charleston and El Camino. Also, the roundabout has a very short merge, and I can imagine people coming from, let's say, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, making a right turn on Charleston, and then they have to merge into another lane of oncoming traffic if they want to make that left turn onto Alma. And at the same time, they'll be looking at bicyclists and pedestrians. So it's not really going to be a good design. And also, the trench option will preserve the Charleston school corridor that Palo Alto has put a lot of thought and money to redesign and restripe. And so I wanted to say, to summarize, that please seriously consider the trench option. It'll also help connectivity because it can be covered. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. And our final speaker tonight is Larry Klein.
Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Larry Klein. I was the Vice Chair of the XCAP. I'm speaking, however, just as me personally, not in any way for XCAP. 3 or 4 quick points. One, I would recommend the council not spend the money on work that pertains to the so-called 4-track problem. This isn't Palo Alto's problem. This is a combination of Caltrain's problem and more specifically high-speed rail. And high-speed rail, in my view, is not coming through here. If it is, then they need to figure out the 4-lane problem, not ours to do. We shouldn't be spending any money on it. If you can't go quite that far, then I would urge you to get Caltrain to agree to eliminate Churchill from that type of work, because there's no question that you can't get 4 tracks through at Churchill, and there's no reason to spend any money to study that question. Second, I would do without the urban design study at this point. I think it's way too early for us to get involved in urban design. I think first of all, you have to resolve all of the bike ped crossing issues, and then following that determination of function, you can get to form. The third point I would notice is that I was somewhat disappointed in hearing the noise consultant listed the projects to be determined, because it seems to me the main issue raised by neighbors, and I don't think it's a major one, but needs to be addressed, and that is what's the effect of noise on the 3rd and 4th row houses from the tracks. And I think that that's important for us to get resolved, to get public confidence, not so much to determine what alternatives to select, but it's important that our final decision have public confidence. Lastly, I have to correct Mr. Ball's statement. If I understood him correctly, he was saying that XCAP at one point had favored the trench. That is not so. The XCAP did not have any favorite for the Charleston and Meadow crossings. So that we presented the group split 4 different ways and informed the council of that. So there's no favorite coming back to the council from XCAP. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to council. As they mentioned, the co-chairs of the XCAP, Nadia Nayak, Larry Klein, are available for council if council members have questions. Again, we have several questions tonight. The alternatives for the crossings, as well as this question of, do we want to pay for any additional studies? Yes, Councilmember Filsath.
I think I'm probably gonna have a lot of questions, but here's two just to start with, and I'll come back later. One is, I'm struck by the cost difference between two hybrids versus the viaduct. I mean, it seems pretty significant. Why is that? I mean, you would think that, you know, doing it twice would be more expensive, and yet the viaduct is more expensive than two hybrids. Why is that?
I can just see if we can get AECom in here to cover that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what the protocol is if we're answering along the way, but I mean, one big difference is the viaduct is a structure that goes which structure is more expensive than a hybrid, which is where you have the railroad elevated on retaining walls.
Okay, yeah, I saw that. And yet, I mean, am I reading this right? The hybrid number of 190 to 230, that's for two hybrids, right? That's not each one.
That's correct.
So the viaduct is still twice as expensive as two hybrids. So the structure, the structure is that much? Is that expensive?
This is Eddie McCurry on I'll just, yes, because your structural structures in general are more expensive than in the hybrid. We're assuming embankment versus structures. So it is, yes, it is just a cost estimating difference there. Structures, structural steel, structural concrete tend to be more expensive than building on a dirt embankment.
Okay, all right. And then I think you understand it, explained this, but I just want to make sure that I understand it completely. If you're going for the Charleston underpass, if you're going westbound on Charleston, is there any way to get to southbound Alma?
Peter, you want to field that one?
Yeah, I could take that one.
And Ripon, can you try and pull up that slide while he's covering that?
Yeah, so as you're coming from Mumford heading towards the west, you're gonna have the drivers are gonna have a decision. They'll either veer left and go into the underpass, or they could stay right and stay at grade and approach the Alma intersection. There'll be a signalized intersection with Alma. They could either make a right or a left.
Ah, okay. So you could actually turn left onto Alma from that. Okay.
Correct.
I probably knew that at one point, but so one of the things I'm sort of want to make sure I understand, and I'd love to hear sort of staff talk about this, is, you know, what are the pros and cons specifically of the underpass versus the hybrid? And, so, I mean, I remember when we were looking at this, there was a lot of discussion that using the box jack construction method, if that were okay, that there would be significant construction advantages to the underpass because the rails wouldn't be elevated. But it seems like we've sort of advanced a little bit beyond that thinking, and so I'm just trying to make sure I understand. You know, why would you pick the underpass over the hybrid versus vice versa? Sort of top two reasons.
We have a handy chart actually that was has been shared many times where we actually show kind of the different pros and cons to that, and I'm going to see if I can find that to pull that up. But just, you know, quick noting that oh, I've lost my thing here. Sorry, give me 1 second here.
Phil, maybe while you're pulling that up, I could chime in with a few things here.
Awesome.
One of the advantages to the underpass is the the peds and bikes are grade separated underneath Alma and the tracks. In the hybrid, they would only be grade separated under the tracks. So they would still have to cross Alma at grade. That's one of the key advantages to the underpass. One of the advantages to the hybrid is the traffic movements are more direct. You know, you have a traditional signalized intersection where you're not traversing in the opposite direction of where you're intending to go. So that's one of the advantages to the hybrid. Those are just a couple just off the top of my head there.
And if I can just, another advantage to the hybrid versus the underpass would be potential property impacts. Yeah. And I think that probably covers most of them. I guess cost as well.
So if I understand the recap of that, the primary advantage of the underpass is the separation of the bike tracks at both the bike path at both the tracks and Alma Street instead of having it at grade. Because there was a lot of discussion on the underpass and sort of, we used to talk about a lot more stuff than the bike path.
Yeah, for the underpass, the full pedestrian and cyclist movement is maintained. Just to note that, the box jacking, and sorry, this was also another one of the potential additional studies, but just to note that the box jacking is a construction technique which might or might not provide benefit for this or other alternatives if they're selected. So that would be something that would typically be determined once an alternative is decided. I know we've probably spoken quite a bit about box jacking, but I'm not sure if AECOM wants to provide any more information on that.
I can provide a little bit more information. This is Eddie McCrae from AECOM. Is that box jacking is a technique of a construction methodology, and with the alternatives that we've looked at so far, we have looked at a shoe fly alternative, and it fits within the right of way and it makes it work. As an alternative to that would be box jacking, which there's been some thought that could eliminate the shoe fly and therefore could have some cost savings. And so that's what that geotechnical study, box jacking, would do. But as it stands right now with our alternatives, is we've kind of looked at one with a shoe fly. And if we were able to deem box jacking was more feasible or economic, it doesn't really change the selection of the alternative because a shoe fly does fit.
Okay.
It could be a construction methodology that we could, through further geotechnical investigation, that we could find out that it could decrease costs or decrease construction schedule with further geotechnical analysis, but it's really means and methods for construction. Okay.
Yeah, I understand, and that's helpful. But I remember when we first started talking about the underpass alternative, that there was well, if we did this and the box jacking truck could work, then the two of them together would have some advantages, right? But it wasn't clear that they were separable. But that may have been because of different thinking about the shoe fly. Okay, thanks very much. That's helpful. I'm sure I'll want to ask more later. Just in general, I think I agree with staff that the focus on which studies we ought to be the ones that help us bring us closer to picking a preferred alternative as fast as possible. Thank you.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to staff and the public for continuing to work on this and bring this forward. My first question, I was just a little confused. Is staff, I know you kind of broke down the various studies on kind of high, medium, and low priorities, but is staff recommending that we're pursuing all studies that you've listed in the report, or recommending that we're only studying the high priority ones at this time?
Staff is seeking council guidance on which additional studies to pursue based on what council believes will help to narrow the alternatives, noting that we prioritize the studies based on the information that we believe will be helpful, but noting that really does come to what council believes is will be beneficial to make that determination.
Okay. Okay. So that's one of the areas where it'd be really helpful if we can eliminate some alternatives tonight. Because for example, I think the box jacking system and the geotechnical investigation of feasibility study, like, is that would only be relevant if we pursue the underpass alternative, right?
Yeah, but sorry, but as far as the narrowing of alternatives, I guess we're really seeking direction on which studies to pursue in order to narrow the different alternatives at the different locations. So yeah, if you feel that any of those studies potentially should not be pursued, that's exactly the type of feedback that we'll be hoping to get tonight.
Okay. And I know we were just kind of talk about the box jacking system and geotechnical investigation and feasibility study. I noticed that study's really expensive, especially compared to the rest of you estimated the fees like 350 to 600,000. I think. I'm just unclear why is that study in particular so much more expensive than the others?
I think I'll chime in here a little bit. I mean, we had, if you look at the more detailed scope in there, not only, I mean, at first it includes all the geotechnical investigations that was in that other item. And then the next thing is that it does also go further into developing renderings and animations to illustrate that as well, which do take a lot of effort to do those. So trying to get to my cheat sheet here really quickly too.
Yeah. Also, while she's looking for that, I'll just chime in that typically that's why a geotechnical investigation like this would be done in the next phase when there are fewer alternatives to be determined.
Okay, so I mean, it seems like most of this price tag is kind of coming from the geotechnical investigation, not really maybe the study of whether the box jacking system is.
Well, I think on the slide, it was clearly, that slide clearly illustrated that. I think the geotechnical investigation was only 120 to 150 versus once you started going into the box jacking analysis and all that, that's when the prices really escalated to like 230 to 450K. And we would look at also, you know, that one, the other thing we do is looking more extensively into the costs of what if the geotechnical information reveals, I mean, it's going to reveal what the conditions are of which you could do box jacking. Is there going to be a lot of groundwater? Do we need, and then you would be able to evaluate what's that really going to cost you if you want to pursue this method of construction, right?
Okay. Still not quite clear. I mean, it's like the range of 600,000 for that study is pretty high, and we have renderings in some of the other studies that aren't even coming close to that. But okay. On another topic, yeah, I understand that the XCAP asked staff to work with PAUSD to understand the various type of committees that might have a shared interest in this project and what their interests and concerns might be. And I think the kind of direction to staff was to maybe it was to develop a system to gather their feedback. I didn't see any details on that in the report on how we're going to develop those discussions and what the possible timeline is for that.
Well, I'd say that just to note that staff met with PAUSD staff earlier today. So, you know, staff is having ongoing discussions. It wasn't regarding this project, but staff is meeting with PAUSD staff to talk about other transportation issues. So I think that'd be our starting place, is to work with PAUSD district staff to make sure that we're setting up our process that would be, that they believe would be the best for obtaining input. But I think that, as all of these other studies, it's all work to follow. This is really part of the reporting out, following from the XCAP report and trying to drive what our next steps would be. So that next outreach phase is still to be started.
Okay, sounds good. So yeah, I do, just to kind of, I know my time's up, just to kind of reiterate, I think that is definitely important, and it'd be nice to kind of have that information as well moving forward on how we're developing those relationships and gathering that feedback. I'm out of time, so I'll continue my questions on the next round.
Councilmember Ku.
Thank you. I wanted to find out, so I see a lot of the plan and profile pictures as well as the renderings. Is there a rendering that shows the viaduct from the street down looking up so that people who live in the houses right next to the viaduct can see what they're going to be living with, in terms of how high that viaduct is, as well as if there's a train on it, how much of the train we'll see? I thought just now when there was some toggling through the slides, there might have been one somewhere around slide number
I'm not sure
20.
we had one on the slide deck, but I believe there is one on the website that shows the viewpoint from the backyards.
Yes, yes, there is.
I can share the rendering.
Thank you,
Great,
Ripon.
thanks, Ripon.
But also, in case anybody's trying to find this at home, noting that connectingpaloalto.com, if you click on the sidebar and you click on resources and then renderings, plans, and animations, you can find all the renderings, plans, and animations.
Thank you.
I'm sharing the screen.
Thank you, Ripon. This is actually really good. I was hoping to see this. Now, on this one here, how many miles is the span from the north for this viaduct from North Loma Verde to, it goes to Fern? Is that what it does?
So it goes all
Yeah, you want linear feet? Is that what you're looking for?
Sure, whatever feet.
I mean, zoom into the tick marks there. You can kind of give a rough estimate just from the tick marks on the profile.
It's really tiny.
Yeah, he's going to zoom in, hopefully.
Okay, thank you.
And Ripon, can you go to presenter mode so that we're not seeing all this slides?
Might not be able to zoom in when he does that. If not, I can report out. I'll look it up. I'm pretty sure that's on our fact sheet as well. The length.
270. It's about 650, 6,500 to 7,000 feet.
And then when it adds on the train, the top of the train?
I mean, so the length is about 650 feet from all the way from Loma Verde to this Fern, but it's 20 feet at the highest elevation plus another, the poles on the top would be another 20 feet or 30 feet.
Okay, and
so this picture might show like the train viaduct is elevated structure right here. That's about 20 feet here. And then on the top of that, you could see about 30 feet high for the maximum of the permanent train track.
That's for the electrification structures.
Okay. So that was very helpful with your cursor. And I would hope that we can also look at the renderings for the underpass, where what Council Member Philseth had asked about coming westward, whether you can have a left turn or so that would be helpful as well. But I appreciate this kind of looking at the height.
The underpass.
So this one is metal underpass. So Ripon, if you can tell me with your arrows, when you're going from 2nd Street to Emerson Street, so this is the bike path?
Correct. This is the bike path on the south side of the roadway.
Okay, and then is there ability to make a right-hand turn onto Park Boulevard?
No, so the Park Boulevard will be closed here, so they will not be able to make any turning movement here. There will be no turning onto the Park Boulevard.
And is the ability to turn from Park Boulevard a right turn onto Meadow?
From the south side, no. From the north side, you would have right in, right out, and this
Okay.
right out.
And then if you keep going over the rail, so there would be no right turn onto Alma Street either.
That's
Mm,
correct.
Okay.
So you would need to make a left and then make a U-turn.
Okay. So I kind of wonder if there's been a traffic study on that to show what kind of bottleneck it might cause over there, or would it?
yeah, there
Hexagon.
was.
Yeah, Hexagon did that analysis. Some of the traffic would get diverted to other streets in the city.
You mean the neighborhood streets?
Correct.
I don't think the neighborhood streets, but like El Camino to the next street, or I don't have those details, but
Yeah,
I don't think it's through the neighborhood streets.
Okay.
So it just looked at those intersections that intersect with the new on-ramp and off-ramp and evaluated those conditions, as well as the Alma Village and Alma, where the street where the vehicles will be making a U-turn to get back. That was evaluated, and they will be performing at the existing a better level of service. That's what this. I'm sorry. Scroll through these. Oops, sorry. So it shows that for Meadow, the options, considering stop sign or signal or yield controls at those off ramp and on ramp, will perform at a better level of service than the existing one.
And the existing one is at F.
Correct. The existing at these locations are F, and in future it will have an even higher delay, but with viaduct and others, it will bring it down. But with Meadow Charleston partial underpass, the level of service at those intersections will improve because, yeah.
Thank you, Ripan. So back to that rendering, if we were coming down Alma from the south, and is there a way to make a right-hand turn onto Meadow?
From coming Emerson, you could make right onto Meadow, to Alma.
Yeah, she's asking from northbound Alma. Yeah, you'd make a U-turn at the Alma Village Circle.
Okay. I'm sorry. So then coming from Meadow from the east on coming towards Alma, can I make a right-hand turn?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And then going to Charleston, please. Okay, on this one here, can you point out for me where are the ones that we cannot make turns onto with your arrow?
So eastbound left, which would be coming from the Park Boulevard and making left onto the northbound Alma, that we will not be able to accommodate. They will have to go further down to make a U-turn or go around the roundabout and come back and take this off ramp to get onto the Alma Street. Same thing, northbound left coming from in the northbound, you won't, it will be vehicular traffic will not be able to make a left on directly. They will have to go traverse around this traffic circle roundabout. And same thing for the southbound right, anything that's coming in on Alma making a right turn onto Charleston will not be feasible directly, but they will have to make a left turn and go around the traffic circle and make a go traverse around the traffic circle to go into the eastbound direction.
Okay, and how about the Park Boulevards?
On this one, the Park Boulevard will be able to make right in only, no right out going southbound. So eastbound right onto Park Boulevard, they cannot make left, they cannot make exit this way. For Park Boulevard on the north side, they will be able to also make right only. They will not be able to make left into the Park Boulevard. They'll have to use the next intersection to maneuver.
Thank you. That really helped because when you're just saying the words, my visualization takes a long time to figure out. But I really appreciate this. I'll come back. Thank you,
sure.
Ripan.
Thank
you. Thank you, Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Du Bois. I want to start by saying I think staff did a really good job with this staff report. It was really straightforward to follow. I think if someone was showing up and trying to understand these alternatives, they would have had a good shot at understanding it. One thing that's missing is why we're doing this. I know I harp on this, but I'll just point out on packet page 26, there are going to be 8-minute delays if we don't do something in addition to safety. And that actually brings me to criteria, which Ms. Nayak was talking about, and a little bit time frame. So let's rewind. I feel like 2 years ago, we were supposed to make this decision that year. So can staff let us know where you think we are in the process? Do you anticipate us making decisions on this year? Has everything changed with COVID? Help us understand what the time frame is for narrowing these down and making our final choice.
Thank you. I appreciate that question. I think that so ideally we make a decision soon and move into the next project phase so that we can start leveraging the Measure B grade separation funding. Realistically, though, I want to say that within the next 2 years is what I believe is realistic for us to move into the next project phase for these alternatives. If council believes that we've done enough outreach and provided enough information to make a decision.
Okay, super helpful. So 2 follow-ups. One, so I see that the rail committee is going to be discussing the finances. How much money do we expect from Measure B? Is it 1/4 of 750? Is it some other number?
Yeah, it's 350 million approximately in 2016 dollars.
Okay, 350. And any thoughts? I mean, I know there'd been some hope about the federal infrastructure bill. Any thoughts on what we might get directly from the federal government, if anything?
Yeah, and just to note, it's the 350 million represents half of the Measure B grade separation dollars. So no, unfortunately, the city of Palo Alto was not, I will say like awarded, but was not selected to be part of the federal transportation authorization bill funding. We had hoped to get some funding to use for the Palo Alto Avenue crossing, but we were not selected. So actually, I should have said this earlier, but when you were asking about timing, that's really the reason why I'm optimistic that we move into the next phase is because of funding, because $350 million is not going to do much when you look at the breadth of not just these 2 projects that we've talked about tonight, but 4 crossings. And we've only really started talking about 3 of them. But when you talk about 4 grade separations that need to occur, $350 million is not a lot. And we really can't start advocating for other funding until we have more of a defined project. And that's when we'll be able to start applying for federal grants that have, frankly, come and gone without us being able to apply or successfully lobby for them. Sort of the same situation with our lobbying effort for the downtown Palo Alto Avenue grade separation funding. I think we're too early in the process to really effectively advocate for funding, outside funding, other than the 350 million that we have.
Yeah, thanks for making that clear. It's a bit of a chicken and egg problem. I think people are like, well, we don't know how much money, we'll be able to get until we have the project. And other people are saying like, well, but this is the project we want. So yeah, thanks for that. So one thing missing from the staff report though, would be the criteria the council, a prior council, long before me and before some of my colleagues had. And I think that would be helpful to refresh our memory. So if somebody can dig that up, maybe we can talk about it on the next go round. But east-west connectivity, safety, certainly cost, talking about impacts to people's personal property was all on there. And we may or may not use them in that order, but I think it's helpful for us to refresh our memory. That was what the XCAP worked with. That is how we've been structuring this. And I see my time is slipping away, so we'll do the criteria next time. And then I am interested in the discrepancy on my next go round between staff's recommendation about 4 tracks and that of at least 1 public speaker. So I'll come back to those on the next. Thanks.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. First, I'd like to echo what Councilmember Cormack just raised on relooking at the criteria and the guiding principles. And just a reminder that we call this whole program Connecting Palo Alto. And so we want to make sure that what we're doing is increasing the connectedness of the city from, as Mr. Rosenblum had stated, that this has been a division of our community physically for its entire life of the city. And we want to increase the connectedness rather than decrease it through this process. I also just mentioned that on the funding side, so it's actually, I believe it's now the latest update from BTA is the amount for the grade 8 for the 3 cities to divide Sunnyvale to Palo Alto is $840 million in 2020 dollars, I think it was. And so based upon the agreement that we just co-proposed to BTA and they're supporting, that would be over $400 million for our grade separations in 2020 dollars, which are, I think, the estimates we're using for these alternatives. So we need to compare apples to apples there. So it's about 400 million compared to the various cost estimates. And grade separation projects, Philip did a great job explaining that, you know, you can't really go forward with getting these additional funding sources until you have a preferred alternative. For that matter, we can't spend those Measure B dollars for the most part without a preferred alternative. It doesn't mean that no city could ever change their mind on what that preferred alternative is if you go through the additional expenditures and determine that there are significant modifications that need to be made to that. But that's the way it is done. But in addition to the federal, there are significant state dollars, and we have on the horizon what is the regional mega measure for transportation, which goes into what Caltrain now has accepted and taken on as the need for the entire Caltrain corridor and all 40 or so remaining grade crossings to be either separated or closed. And so they don't have the funding to do that. So there is now a major kind of refocus by Caltrain that they're going to be working with the cities and taking a lead role to work with us to ultimately achieve the funding necessary to do that. Then a couple other technical issues. One is on the both the hybrid and the underpass. Can staff or the consultants quickly remind me of how much encroachment on Alma and closure of Alma would occur from the shoe fly?
Ripon, maybe we could pull up the cross section that shows that.
Yeah, that would be great, Peter, if you could pull up the cross section.
How many lanes?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think it's shown.
Is this for Charleston Meadow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe we lose turning lanes, but we can maintain through lanes. But Peter can pull that up here. Or Ripon, he's pretty good at this.
Okay, while he's doing that, I'll wait and we can pull it up on the screen. One of the key things that I'm going to want to focus on is we're going to have probably several years of construction. And aside from whatever impact we have on encroachment on Alma, if we don't go with a jack box construction, we would be shutting off access across the tracks for perhaps both of those intersections at once, It's hard to figure out whether we could stage the one then the other because they're so adjacent to each other. And so we also have a massive volume of our kids in the safe routes to school passing through Charleston and East Meadow each day. And I wanted to ask staff if they have the number or ballpark number of student bike riders or pedestrians that cross through there. And what I'm leading to is that I believe that sequentially, it's going to be very important for us to move soon on a dedicated South Palo Alto bike and pedestrian crossing in the vicinity of Loma Verde, El Carmelo, which has been on our plan for a number of years. This program, I think, accelerates the necessity to do that first so that it's in place by the time we restrict the bike and pedestrian access for the construction at East Meadow and Charleston. So what'd you figure out in terms of the shoe fly impact?
Actually, I believe there was a table. Sorry, I believe there was a table in the staff report that shows exactly how much the construction impacts were on the Alma Road.
Okay, if you want to loop back to us once you've located those answers, that's fine by me.
Okay.
And this was for the underpass, right?
Well, both hybrid and underpass.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so I'm out of my time for right now, but as soon as you have that, that would be great.
And I can just speak really quickly to the request for the number of students. Just to note, I don't think we have that number. I'm not sure that we have that number anywhere, but we don't have that number offhand. What we typically measure is how many students arrive at a school by bicycle, and so that's typically what we do is counts there. So I'm not sure that we actually have numbers of how many students use Charleston, Meadow.
Okay, I think they may not be current, but we've had in the past, I thought through Safe Routes to School, I thought we did have those numbers. So maybe for our next meeting, we can come
I'll
forward
look
with
into that.
Okay, thanks.
But on the hybrid side, the through lanes on Alma are not impacted, but we do impact the turn lanes.
Great.
And
yeah, and the underpass, same thing.
Off the top, we're still pulling that up.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you guys for your work on this. Just wanted to kind of follow along some of the questions earlier about the infrastructure bill. So it sounds like our project wasn't selected because it wasn't in a shovel ready enough form. Is that a correct understanding?
So actually, I don't want to assume why the project was not selected for that specific grant or that specific funding program, I should say. I just note that there are many funding programs that we have not been able to apply for because of lack of shovel readiness. I quite frankly, I'm not sure why we were left off the list. It seemed like we were going to be on the list for that, but we were not. However, several other funding programs have come and gone that we have not been able to apply for because we do not have a project selected.
I see. And you're talking about the $1 trillion infrastructure bill?
Yes, well, we're actually talking about the transportation funding authorization bill.
Okay. Okay. Be able to inquire as to why we were left off the list?
Sorry, I'm not sure if City Manager Shikata has any information on that or more information.
Yeah, just perhaps to redirect a little bit, there may be some confusion about the bill that we're referring to. What I believe Mr. Kami is referring to is an appropriations bill that went through over the last couple of months, and an exercise in the identification by members of Congress of earmarked projects that were being advanced through that process. That's separate from the upcoming infrastructure bill. But that said, the process for the upcoming bill really hasn't been defined, and to a certain extent, the considerations that were mentioned will factor in there as well, in terms of not being shovel ready at this point.
Okay, so we don't know conclusively why, but we're guessing it's just because of the shovel readiness.
Well, each member of Congress solicited projects for earmark or community project funding requests and made their decisions based upon input across their constituencies.
I see. And how much money were we expecting from these earmarks?
I don't recall the particulars of what was advanced, but again, it was simply project development funds, certainly nothing on the order of magnitude needed for construction.
And now, is it possible for us to get some of the $2 million infrastructure bill money?
Again, it's early to anticipate what would be involved, but in all likelihood, that program will be focused on projects that are further along than we are.
I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, I think this $2 million infrastructure bill is probably something that's not going to come along that often. So, I mean, from where we are right now, there's no way that we could get there, even if we fast track this here.
I don't know that we know anything completely definitively. So there's always some potential, at least for a portion of the project phases ahead. But again, we'd need to assess that based on the program, the build and program as they take shape.
Do we know if there's any earmarks in this infrastructure bill for a project like ours, or anything similar that we could get funding from?
I've not heard.
Okay. I know it's a big bill. It's like, I think 25 or 2,600 pages, so there's a lot in there. But I don't know if you guys have to, or our lobbyist has looked at it very closely. But if not, they should probably take a look at it closely, because I know it has a pretty substantial rail portion in there, which I don't know whether it would apply to us or not. Are our lobbyists actually looking at this now to see whether we could tap into some of this?
Oh yes, they are tracking it on an ongoing basis.
I see. Okay. Well, maybe at some point it might be nice to have them give an update on this, because this is probably the one thing that could help pay for the gap in funding. So I'd be interested seeing what's possible. Okay. And then is there, I know there's some discussion earlier about eminent domain. Is there a table that kind of talks about the different options and how many houses are going to be impacted by, and if so, what page is that on? I know I'm almost out of time here.
Yeah.
I would encourage you the great place to look is the matrix summary on here. You'll find the matrix summary that's on the website. And it shows all 5 of the tunnels are still on here of the alternatives with the summary, like for the question that we just got asked earlier about local street circulation impacts during construction, it clearly defines
I'm out
that.
of time. I don't take more time. Can you just email it to me and I'll look at it myself, so I don't take everyone else's time on this?
Yeah, sure.
Council member, there's the first attachment or the link to the bottom of the report will take you directly there.
Which page?
Council packet page.
So if you go to the very bottom where it says documents, or if you did a control find, it's fact sheets and matrix. And I just wanted to highlight this. I think not just related to your question, Councilmember Tanaka, but also this ties into the question discussion earlier about the evaluation criteria, because this matrix has all of the alternatives that were under consideration and also the council evaluation criteria on the left-hand side.
Okay, this is packet page 37, you said?
43 of the packet.
43, okay, let me see.
And
Would you like me to share screen of the document or not?
Or just send me the link, that might be easier. Well, actually, I think I found it. Okay, thank you guys.
Yep.
Okay, I think I'm up. Start with some comments on the studies. I don't think we should continue spending much money without trying to narrow down the alternatives. at least narrow down somewhat based on the info that we could get easily. I even think we could possibly narrow the alternatives tonight based on the work of the XCAP. I do continue to think the biggest issue is the 4-track issue. I'd really like to see us advance that discussion. And again, given how close homes in Palo Alto are to the tracks, really like to see if we can get Caltrain to identify an alternative location. And I think we should try to do that politically, not by spending money. So I don't think we should spend money on how the local alternatives would work for 4 tracks, but instead try to press to get an answer so that we get certainty and can make a decision. We spent many years on this, multiple years. And based on what I've seen so far, I personally like to see us spend time fleshing out the details and options on the underpass option, including the time and cost to construct it. The underpass is the only one that actually improved traffic flow. It takes 2 F-level intersections to mostly B level. It doesn't raise the structure into the sky, which is 50 feet high for the viaduct, 40 feet high for the hybrid. Again, the discussion about construction, it still seems like the box jack option is important if it can reduce time and cost of construction. I don't think we should do that study either, but it does seem like maybe some geotechnical work could help us decide on whether the trench is viable or not, which could potentially help us eliminate an alternative there. I always support continued outreach. I wasn't really sure why the proposal to spend money to reach just 2 groups, Payback and PAUSD. I think everybody's been part of all of our outreach so far, and we should just continue to do community outreach as we go along. Now on noise, again, it seems like we should try to compare apples to apples. So we're expecting electric trains for the commuter trains in all the scenarios. We'd have the option of putting up noise barriers in all the scenarios. Again, I think both the hybrid and the viaduct are likely to increase sound as they travel further, which was referred to as kind of second row interceptors in the report. And so again, that's, as I listen to everybody talk, I feel like we should try to whittle down the alternatives tonight. We've seen these 4 alternatives for some time now. Obviously, the underpass is newer. Where I am, I'd like to eliminate the viaduct and possibly the hybrid. I think both of those options go fairly high into the sky. If you add 6-foot sound walls, they're also pretty bulky. In the case of the viaduct, it's over a mile long to cross 2 streets. And it's had very low public support in sessions and here at council. So I'm pretty convinced. I don't think those options are going to be supported by the community. And I agree with the public speaker that said we should work on solving the problems with our preferred alternatives. I'd really like to see what we could do to optimize the underpass, perhaps a smaller roundabout, maybe shorter and steeper ramps back up to Alma for the cars, improve the bike crossings, possibly look at additional bike crossings, at other locations. But again, as we go into a second round of comments here, I think we should really try to narrow down to what direction we want to try to give tonight, whether it's to narrow alternatives, adopt some kind of work plan, or fund additional studies. And right now, I don't really support funding many studies, possibly the geotechnical. So let's go to a second round. Councilmember Filseth.
Thanks. A couple thoughts listening to all this. I agree with the mayor and also Larry Klein on the 4-track issue, which is, I think we shouldn't be spending a lot of our money on it. It's a regional objective, not a specific Palo Alto need. And so I think the right strategy is to push Caltrain. and engage with them and work with them through that one, as opposed to us taking responsibility for it ourselves. I also agree with the Vice Mayor that with half our kids biking to school every day, we need to get the bike and pedestrian plan in place early before we proceed and potentially shut off major pieces of the current bike and pedestrian infrastructure for a period of multiple years while construction goes on with these. So I agree with that. I think that's something we have to line up. As far as alternatives, I'm not sure I'm comfortable trying to get to one tonight, but in role, the two hybrids seems preferable to me to the viaduct. I think if you put them side by side, the viaduct is higher, it's more expensive, it's big and ugly. It seems likely that it's noisier, although again, without further study, it's hard to quantify. So the advantages of I want to make sure I understand what we give up if we whittle away the viaduct, but so far the advantages of it over the two hybrids seem relatively muted. I am not sure I want to give up on the hybrid option right now. I still want to understand that I think there's still a bunch of questions about the underpass alternative, and if we give up both the aqueduct and the hybrids, then we're going to be faced with a choice between the underpass, which I think there's still open questions on, versus the trench, which there's also still major open questions on. So I want to understand more about the advantages and disadvantages of the underpass in more detail before we choose over the hybrids. And then I think the trench has so many advantages over everything, but it's so expensive. It remains to be seen how we can ever fund it. And also, there's still there are still some things to be worked out on it, as there are some unknowns on that as well. So that would be my two bits at the moment, and I agree that I think we ought to be spending money on things that are going to help us get to a smaller number of alternatives. This is sort of the first task here. Thanks.
Got to talk while muted once every meeting. Councilmember Cormack.
I was pretty sure it was me, but I couldn't tell. Thank you. Interesting. Okay. Well, before I move to the alternatives and my take on them, I would love staff's comments on the 4 tracks, because Councilmember Philseth just said something which I wasn't sure I heard that from the mayor. So could staff just share if you think that we should, pause everything and try to figure out the 4 tracks, or if you think we should head along with what we're working on?
Well, that's a challenging one. That's a large question. So I think to answer that, I would say that none of these alternatives, and maybe somebody will correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't think any of these alternatives really cannot accommodate 4-track. It's just some of them might be more challenging to have a 4-track go in under. A trench is more challenging to add a 4-track to than a viaduct. And it's pretty clear why. But yeah, I think it's challenging because we really don't know where or whether Caltrain is going to require us to have a 4-track somewhere in Palo Alto. And so that is a really challenging question. It does beg the question of what would it take under some of these certain alternatives to have 4-tracking, and whether it would actually be preclusive because of cost prohibitiveness under some of these circumstances.
Well, I think the staff suggestion that we have Caltrain come talk with us, it's a great one. And regardless of where we end up, tonight, I think that's absolutely worth doing. Okay. some questions earlier on construction, and I'm just reading from page 15, which is packet page 33. For all alternatives except the viaduct, during construction, Meadow Drive will be closed while Charleston is constructed and vice versa. In addition, Alma will reduce to a 2-lane roadway to accommodate the shoe fly for both hybrid and underpass. So that's another thing that I think we've sort of buried the lead on. And one of my colleagues mentioned it, you know, the construction process is going to be extraordinarily disruptive. I appreciate the interest in bikes and pedestrians. I think we have to figure out how the order of operations, as someone said. And I think doing it in conjunction with the bike pedestrian plan makes sense. I'm not 100% convinced that something we had on the books, you know, however many years ago is necessarily what we should start working on. So I'd much prefer to have the bicycle and pedestrian plan be holistic, working, you know, in parallel with this. That would be my preference as we discuss some of those. Okay, wow, narrowing alternatives. One of the public speakers who wasn't able to make a comment tonight suggested that one of the advantages of the viaduct is that it keeps all the trees. Is that true? Does the viaduct option keep the trees or allow for trees to be planted?
Yes, it does allow for trees to be planted. There aren't restrictions like with the alternatives that, like the trench that has the ground anchors.
Okay, so, and all right, thank you, Ms. Litzinger. That's super helpful.
But I'd like to just clarify, Millette, that you know, trees within the Caltrain right of way would also need to be, you know, discussed with Caltrain as well. It's not a, you know, because they still own the right of way.
Yes.
And also just noting it might not be the same trees, or it might, or trees might need to be relocated as well.
Okay. They are not precluded in this instance where they are precluded in others. I'm intrigued by the idea, I guess, of narrowing. And I am aligned with Councilmember Phil Seth that the hybrids make sense from a cost perspective and from a minimizing something rising up into the air, which is certainly no one's preference. Actually, that's not true. A few people do have expressed preference for that because they feel that it would make everything easier for bikes and pedestrians to be at that flat grade, right? If we have the viaduct, they feel that that would be easier. So there's, so that's interesting to think about. The underpass, despite all the work that's been done, it's still early. And even, you know, if you think about the Councilmember Ku's questions tonight, trying to figure out who goes where, when, I think the potential for confusion is significant, and we could be not understanding the choice we're making until we go further along with that. With respect to the trench, yeah, I know people's preference, again, especially if you live nearby, would be to put it underground so we don't have to think about it. In addition to the cost, which Councilmember Phil Seth cited, you know, the dewatering that has to be done for something that's that long, moving the utilities, siphoning the creeks, that is really problematic civil engineering, a very big task. And I don't know where we are in terms of that space. I think we're in the transition from the shallow aquifer to the deeper aquifer. So that I think is a really big question mark about the trench from an operational standpoint, concerns about flooding, et cetera. So that's, oh, and I see I'm out of time. If we are going to make a decision tonight to narrow, I think we're going to have to get our that matrix up and spend a little time, because I'm hearing some assertions that are not aligned with what's in the matrix about which ones are promoting east-west connectivity, for example.
You, Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So first, I concur with the focus on looking at the additional studies only to the extent that they are on a critical path toward making the right decision on narrowing alternatives or selecting a preferred alternative. One important thing that I want to share, I had briefed the council back several months ago that as our LPMG representative, I had raised the possibility of, instead of each of the cities on the corridor who are actively pursuing design criteria changes and other related issues, instead of each of us approaching Caltrain independently, I asked Caltrain staff whether there should be a subcommittee of those cities and who would look at these common interests. And Caltrain staff was receptive, if not enthusiastic, perhaps I would describe them about that. And I had a follow-up discussion with them on some of these related issues. And one that I was concerned about, like many of my colleagues, is this 4-track and how do we get past this hurdle? And interestingly, I received a clarification that changed my thinking on a lot of this. And that was that I thought we were waiting for Caltrain and high-speed rail to decide what would be the right location for the 4-track passing tracks somewhere between South Mountain View and North Palo Alto, and they needed about 4 miles or so of, or maybe it was 3.4 or something like that, of passing tracks. The clarification I received was first that they want to have included in wherever they select it a station, because they want to be able to have dead stop passing so that one train is passing the station and perhaps high-speed rail would go on the outside and cut right through that station. But the other thing that was very important was that they said, no, we aren't still trying to decide how long of a section. It's really which is the area in that, about almost 10 miles between South Mountain View and the north edge of Palo Alto, I think it is 9 or 10, would have where the 4 tracks would be the least impactful on the grade separations. So kind of the reverse of the way we've been looking at it, that we thought we were being required to show that whatever we were looking at would accommodate 4 tracks. And that's, if the other option though is really, I think the way we want to start looking at it is to demonstrate to Caltrain why Palo Alto's crossings are really not the better location for 4 tracks. And that's principally because we have a narrower right-of-way than does Mountain View. And even in Palo Alto, we have it narrower yet in the north. Churchill is like choked down to less than 70 feet, I believe. And even at East Meadow and Charleston, it's considerably less. And it's not just the right-of-way width that matters. It's also that Alma is more narrow than Central Expressway is. And so the whole ability to construct there and or allow for 4 tracks. On top of that, what Mountain View is looking at is leaving their tracks in place and having an overpass at Ringstorff. And so there's not a great deal of impact, whereas our designs are more impacted by 4 tracks. So I think we need to really look at that analysis and provide that to Caltrain so that it becomes clear why on an objective basis, these are not we're not from Charleston north is not the best location for 4 tracks. It might extend under San Antonio up to the vicinity of Charleston, but really from Charleston north, it seems like we have a lot of challenges trying to accommodate 4 tracks at the grade separations that we're considering. And I just want to add, as I've struggled with this issue of hybrid versus viaduct and trying to narrow it, the hybrid sounds really appealing, except a hybrid is not principally a dip. The hybrid that we're looking at is equivalent to what we have in San Carlos and Belmont, which is a tall earthen wall. it only dips, I think, like 6 feet, and it elevates far more. And so instead of a viaduct where you would see through this, you would have an earthen wall separating the two halves of Palo Alto in that area. And this is not a short wall. This is a complete tall wall like you have in San Carlos and Belmont. And so I think there are renderings that sort of show that, but I've always been concerned that the renderings downplayed the real visual impact of that. I worked up there for years, and that is a massive division. And in San Carlos and Belmont, especially San Carlos, it was sort of welcome because for the most part, the east side of the tracks was industrial and the west side was retail and residential. And so when that decision was made, they thought that was actually in some ways a good physical separation. Whereas for our community, we've got residential on both sides, and that's a real different story. So I just want to make sure everybody's understanding that that hybrid is not as benign as we might have assumed. Thanks.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The staff report says that a high fence will be required along the trench walls. Can staff provide an estimate of just how high that fence might be?
So typically, a fence, we're trying to prevent folks from accessing. So when we actually do, if the trench was an option, we would have electrified, Caltrain would be electrified. So the fence, as the train starts to dip down into the trench, the fence would have to protect people from being able to reach out and touch the high voltage wires. So it could be at some locations high enough so that and off the top of my head, I don't know the height of the fence, but it's really about a safety issue for the public to have that fence high enough so that people can't touch the high voltage wires from electrification, but also that they can't throw things onto the tracks, which is what Caltrans is worried about as well, that could disrupt service. So it's something that would have to be studied on how high that fence is, but it would be, it wouldn't be a 4-foot, it would be more like a 10-foot, 12-foot fence.
And I looked up some of their other project documents, and it looks like they've used 10-foot fence previously as a standard.
Thank you, Phil.
Yep.
All right, and are these like chain link fences? I'm trying to picture like what this. I think a lot of people see the trench as an alternative that has the least intrusive kind of design element down Alma. But I think it's important that we get a sense of what this fence is going to look like. Are there ways to be able to beautify the fence by adding foliage around it, or do we have examples of that? Have we thought about that?
Yeah, so to answer your question, yes, there are ways to, I guess, beautify or to conceal, I guess, if depending on how you view that, fences. But that is something that typically would happen in a later phase when the actual urban designers are involved. It's something that we've talked about is typically happens in a later phase. The urban designers would try and make it, create it in the most visually appealing way for us to see what it will actually look like, not just when trees are planted, but when they're fully grown out and all of that.
And can we talk a little bit about that? Because I was a little confused about one of the conversations that that took place. I can't remember which council member it was, but I mean, there is a lot of foliage already kind of along the fencing along Caltrain that really kind of blocks the view for most of the residences and people driving by. I'd imagine most of that's going to be removed from construction, and because of those anchors, does that really limit the type of trees that we'll then be able to have along the corridor there?
So I'm sorry, I'm not quite following what you're referring to. For a specific alternative, are you referring
for the trench?
For the trench. So you're
asking... let me go to these. So our initial assumptions is that the trench walls are going to get pretty deep, and that we would need tiebacks because we don't think we can do cross strutting because of the width of the trench. So that if we had tiebacks, those are structural elements that you would be limited to the type of vegetation that you could plant above those structural elements because they could impact the structural integrity of those elements. So you could not have trees with deep roots. But that goes back to the geotechnical study that could inform a little bit more where we would need tiebacks, where we could do struts, where we could do other types of retaining systems in through there. But right now our assumption is that as we get deep, we're going to be in a tieback mode.
Okay, and I assume that would also require then the removal of probably most of the trees along the corridor where the trench is going to be built?
Yes, I think in almost all alternatives, we are removing vegetation and then replanting it in some fashion as an alternative comes back.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Yeah, I mean, I'm with several of my colleagues tonight. I think it is the time to start eliminating some of our alternatives. I'm with the mayor with regards to the viaduct option. I have concerns about the trench and the hybrid. I agree with the vice mayor as far as what that hybrid is really gonna look like. I definitely agree. Encourage all my colleagues, go to San Carlos, go to Belmont, drive past it, walk around it, see what that's like. And I think it'd be very imposing here in Palo Alto in the residential neighborhoods. I can see the appeal to the trench, but like Councilmember Filseth, I'm very much concerned about that price tag. I agree with Councilmember Cormack. A lot of the environmental implications of the trench alternative is very concerning for me as well. And I think the construction timeline being estimated at 6 years, that is a long time to have that under construction. So I think we really need to consider the trench and how viable that really is going forward. I would be prepared to remove the viaduct tonight, but still definitely the underpass option continues to intrigue me. I think that is a really attractive option. Of course, we are too early in the process to really understand all the implications of it, but I'm excited to see further studies on that. And one last thing, definitely also agree with the vice mayor as far as pushing forward on the conceptual designs for the bike pedestrian undercrossing at Seal and Loma Verde. We can't disconnect the city, especially our young bikers going to school in the morning for that long. So I hope we can move forward on that. And I see I'm out of time.
I'll jump in here again. I had a quick question. So if we were going to do the preliminary geotechnical report, how long are those findings good for? Like, is there a shelf life on that study?
Well, anything can change, of course, with time. But I think the shelf life would hopefully, be within the project life cycle. So, of course, with the sea level rise and all of that, it's potential that there is change. Actually, I wanted to note something from earlier that Vice Mayor Pat Burt brought up, which is that I mentioned the $2016 for Measure B, and he mentioned the $2020, that our estimates, I believe, are for $2025. So
right,
everything kind is a little bit askew. But just to note that Eddie Mercurio, I think, can expand on my answer to that question a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if AECOM has an answer to this question about the geotechnical report. I mean,
yeah, Eddie,
depending on rain, or is it really looking at the structure of the soil?
Yeah, thank you, Eddie Mercurio.
Yeah, so geotechnical data is usually good for a very good long time, so long as you've taken the correct data and you've gone deep enough and stuff like that. So we can, part of the geotechnical studies that we are proposing is to collect existing data, which is very valuable because it doesn't go bad. Our subsurface information, stays pretty good, and that we would just augment it with, precise geotechnical data. But so geotechnical data in general is not, it doesn't age, it's
Okay.
it's good. We're still using boring data from, 100 years ago, because
Okay.
it's still good. So long as it's corrected, it has collected the correct data.
That's good to know. So I wanted to ask Chair and Vice Chair the same question. So Nadia Nayak, I mean, which studies would you recommend at this point?
I think we need to potentially promote her as a panelist.
Yeah, you should be able to unmute. I
I think that I've just been unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if you could keep your answer short, but yes, just curious.
Yeah. So I think the geotechnical study would really help. And this is my own personal opinion, not XCAPS, because I've given you what XCAPS is. I just want to make sure I'm clear when I'm responding. I don't think the box jacking is something that Palo Alto should pay for on its own. I actually think that the cities of Mountain View and Sunnyvale would be very interested, because they would also really benefit from that construction method. And so working through the LPMG, I think it would make sense for us to think about linking arms with those cities to work on those things, and along with the percent grade and the speed. I do think the design refinement of the underpass, given how much better it performs from a traffic perspective, needs to be evaluated, and that the bike pedestrian part of it is very important. And I do think that the conceptual designs for Seal and Loma Verde, which haven't really been discussed much, are something that has to come before all of these things. And I'd like to hear more about that. So that's sort of where I am. I think additional outreach is always necessary. I don't believe that we should be paying for anything related to designing for 4 tracks. I do think those discussions should continue. And I thought what Vice Mayor Burt said was sort of an interesting development in that relationship.
Okay, thank you. And same question, Larry Klein, what do you think we should do, if anything, on these studies?
Well, looking at the staff's chart, we'll start with the high recommendations, track review and Caltrain coordination. Well, I've already spoken to that, and I basically agree with Councilmember Burt. I would just add, Vice Mayor Burt, I think that you certainly have discussions with Caltrain, but I think that what I was really saying to you is move forward on the 2-track. The 4-track, if they want to have it, they've got to figure it out, and that it's not our problem. And really, you got to keep in mind that even though the politics make it so that this is what Caltrain's talking about, it's because they're really being pushed on that by high-speed rail, which still has the dream that they're going to somehow come to the peninsula someday, somewhere. Additional outreach seems to me to be not really an additional study. It's something that should be going on at all times. So I wouldn't spend any money on it right now, but I always want that to occur. Medium, the one that I would agreeing with Nadia, I would certainly have you move forward with the design refinement of the underpass alternative. I would also want the geotechnical study to go forward, because I think it really is a money saver in the long run to do it now rather than later. It's an important analysis of the trench. I think that if there's support for the trench, and then we later find out that the geotechnical problems really render it infeasible, that would be a huge loss of not only money, but time. And I think that all of these long timelines that we're talking about are not in the city's interest. I think we want to move faster. This is a major project, and it's not going to be done overnight, but we can't have 2 years of studies and then a whole new group of city council members want to get in and revise it, and that we only get around to doing this when when my grandchildren are ready to retire. So I'm certainly in favor of those 2, the underpass alternatives and the geotechnical. I think the additional noise study is so relatively minor that it ought to be done, because I think there's a lot of misinformation out there in the community about noise. And I think that the more solid we can make the noise study to alleviate those concerns, the better off we are. As for those, we haven't talked about much about the traffic study update, but I don't think it's essential we do it right now, but I think it's sort of a medium term one that ought to be done pretty soon. And we get to the box jack system, and we've been talking about that, and I would have us move somewhere on that because I think that it has a lot of potential to save a lot of money here, and that if we can do it, great. If we can't, we want to know about it so we can stop talking about it. Urban design seems to me to be way down the road, shouldn't be done now. And we've heard a lot about doing the bike tunnels. That's Loma Verde and Seal. And I'm very glad to hear tonight there's a lot of support for that, or seemingly there's a lot of support for that on the council. And I think that should be a priority to move forward. So that's those are my thoughts.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm going to go ahead and try to make a motion. I'll split it out so that we can discuss, remove. So my motion would be that we, I'm sorry, I think I had split the viaduct and the hybrid into separate bullet points. Yeah, so that we would eliminate the viaduct and then eliminate the hybrid option as a separate option. Establish a policy to engage with Caltrain on the 4 tracks by city council and staff. So this is not the cost proposed in the staff report. Refine the underpass alternatives, conduct a preliminary geotech study, and continue to work on the bike plan in parallel with consideration of the construction time and interaction with the grade crossing plans. So trying to advance the discussion. Is there a second? Okay, not hearing a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you. So just to speak to this real quickly, I'd like to see us at least try to narrow these a bit. So I'd like to see us eliminate the viaduct option. If there aren't enough votes to eliminate the hybrid option, I'm fine with keeping that option on the table. I agree with Councilmember Cormack on how we handle the bike ped issues. We've talked about that just before with rail. The council has decided we were going to do it with the bike plan, and I think we should continue to do that. But these things should work in parallel. We're not single tracked, and we should time the bike plan to come before the grade crossings would start, which is what I meant by F. On D, on refining the underpass alternatives, I do have a question for staff. Looking at this one, I'm wondering if we could scope down that project, and could we just maybe spend some time on design alternatives, bring that back to the council without doing some of the other work, just to see if we could address some of the shortcomings.
So I'm sorry. So you're asking if we could refine the underpass additional study to
really to look at it like enhanced alternatives, but maybe don't worry about updating all the renderings or the cost estimates. Maybe we break it down so that we don't have to incur all of that cost before you come back.
Yeah, so I guess if you're asking if we could just do revised renderings and see if there's anything that can be done without doing any further work, we can go partway into these studies. We don't have to, or additional studies, I should say, we don't have to complete them. So there potentially is, we don't necessarily have to spend all of the estimated budget to complete. It just really depends on what council is hoping to see. What end product the council believes will be helpful in making a decision.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it would be looking at minimizing eminent domain, and again, maybe looking at the bike ped crossing there in a little more detail. Councilmember Tanaka, you want to speak to your second?
Sure. So, yeah, I guess kind of my feeling is this. One of the things I've been thinking about is eminent domain. So definitely that chart was helpful. Although I kind of disagree with some of the things on the chart because it's talking about eminent domain of surface versus of subsurface. And I think those are very different eminent domain issues. One thing I like about the trench is that it minimizes at least surface level eminent domain. There's a tiebacks potentially, Although I'm thinking that I've seen a lot of trench options where they actually have a cover on top and the cross, I guess if you guys call them the bars to keep the walls from coming in. So you don't need the tiebacks or covers basically. So anyways, so I think there might be ways around that. And also, it has kind of a minimal amount of impact on surface level eminent domain and potentially even noise, more so than I think what the chart shows. I've heard a lot of pushback against the viaduct. So I think that one is probably very, I think probably that one, I think probably we could eliminate tonight. We'll see what other council members think. And then hybrid options, it's a little bit dicey, right? So I think it'll be interesting to see how everyone votes on that one. The underpass, I think it's a very intriguing idea. The thing I really worry about, and because I don't think this is really factored into the cost or delays, but I think eminent domain is, the underpass is kind of a really tricky one because it does require eminent domain and perhaps some very significant eminent domain, at least for some people. And so I think there's gonna be just a lot of pushback from the people impacted by this. And this could be tied up in courts. This could take a really long time and be, incredibly expensive because of that. So I think on that one, we have to proceed cautiously because of that issue. But maybe there's a way to adjust it so we don't have to, take so much property or take any property, perhaps. I don't know. Although that traffic circle looks like it's kind of, you're going to have to take property to do that traffic circle. And yeah, and in general, I agree with the idea of not funding the 4 tracks. I think that if Caltrain wants to do it, then let them pay for it. And then the other thing, which I think sounds like staff's already doing, so I don't know if we have to have it in motion, but I think definitely we want to be pursuing this $2 trillion infrastructure bill because there is a rail component in there. And I forget exactly the amount of money for rail, but it's a lot. It's like, something double-digit billions. So, we're the second busiest stop on the Caltrain. We're one of the biggest economic centers in the world. And so if this place to justify to invest in our rail infrastructure would be in our area. So I do think we should push on that a bit harder. And maybe staff is already pushing hard on it, but yeah, so that's why I think this motion makes sense.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo.
Thank you for your motion. I did want to ask about item number C here, establish a policy to engage with Caltrain on the 4 tracks by City Council and staff. I'd like to find out if you might consider having the LPMG representative connect and discuss this with the LPMG group and see what are some of the studies that can be done as a rail corridor study instead of just city by city.
Yeah, that was the intent, that basically every council member this would be a policy of the council. So if someone's on LPMG, they should definitely be working on this.
Oh, okay. I because the directions was not as clear, not giving the LPMG representative.
You want to propose some language here? Just say
grant
council, staff, and LPMG representative.
Yeah, if you add the LPMG rep in there, that would pretty much give that representative the right to speak to them and do some negotiations there. Thank you. So is that accepted by?
Yep. Craig.
Fine with me.
Thank you. Also, I was wondering, because there's so much questions about the cost of the trench, I was wondering if we could add another item to have a second opinion, cost opinion of the trench. In particular, someone who has a company that has experience in that, such as the San Francisco-based construction company, T.Y. Lin. again, something Mr. Larry Klein had said was to be sure to provide confidence to the public. And at this time, it is necessary to, find ways to ensure that the options do work. And if the trench is a way to work and the cost is the only thing that's standing there, then I think that and there is questions about the costs that are presented to us, then we should have a second opinion on that. So I was wondering if you might accept a friendly amendment and add G to obtain a second opinion.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from. I like the idea. I guess I'd like to see if there's support for this one, maybe because I'm a little worried about how long the motion's going to get.
Oh, so cool. I'll second it.
But
thank you.
If you want to do it as an unfriendly amendment, I guess it'd be seconded by Craig.
I'll do that as a second, as a unfriendly. I'm sorry. I was really hoping it would be friendly, so I couldn't get the out.
Well, I mean, Councilman, do you want to also maybe add in? Because I think the infrastructure bill is going to put a lot of money towards rail, so there might be, even though this is a very big price tag, there might be money from the $2 trillion bill that's coming down the pike. So I don't know. I mean, that's something to think about.
You mean towards what? Towards the trench?
Yeah, towards the trench, or just and paying for other grade separations.
I see. Our city attorney.
Yeah, I was going to call on this
Thank
stuff.
you, Councilmember. I know you just were suggesting the particular organization as an example, but if I could encourage you to leave out the name of any particular one. Yeah, just so we can protect the process and have a fair process. Thanks.
Thank you. So if you leave out, yes, thank you so much. With experience with trenches, with underground, subterranean methods. And so do we have to vote on that first?
Yeah, we should.
Okay.
Either of you want to speak to this amendment?
I think I spoke to mine already.
I'm okay too.
Councilmember Felseth, did you want to speak to the amendment?
No. I want to speak to the main motion.
Okay. Does anybody want to speak to the amendment? Vice Mayor Burt.
So I am interested in us looking at how we can really look at value engineering of a trench option. I don't know whether the best way to do that is with a second cost opinion, but it may be. I'm just kind of struggling with that, whether that's the best way to approach it. Does staff have any sense of what kind of cost might be involved in getting kind of a second cost analysis of trenching alternatives? I mean, and I will add that we've seen comparisons of other trenches be quite different from the estimate that we currently have, and I think that's what's behind this amendment.
Yeah, so I'll just say no. I don't know offhand how much it would cost to get a second opinion on the trench option, but I just want to note that some of the work that potentially would be looked at in additional studies, including the preliminary geotechnical study, would better help inform the actual potential cost. I mean, noting these are high-level estimates at this time based on the information that we know, and that information would change. When as we have more details, we would know more about things, specifically geotechnical issues, which feed into the cost. And noting that a lot of the comparisons that have been made, for trenches in other locations are not in the same geotechnical conditions as Palo Alto, and also quite frankly, are not in the same labor market as Palo Alto. So
um,
it's a little bit hard to compare apples to oranges
well, I appreciate it. It's not going to be apples to apples. It's really a question of whether the points of reference are adequately informative, that it gives us an indication that maybe it's worth pursuing. But what I realized is that from what you were really talking about, kind of the sequencing of whoever looks at the trench anymore, that preliminary geotech study is an important factor on whether you go further on a trenching option. And I have even been thinking about whether this proposal that we have is greater than is needed in terms of what's called a preliminary, given that the AECOM folks said that much of what they'd be doing is simply reviewing existing studies and then some initial boring sampling. But what I want to offer to the maker and the seconder of the amendment is that the more I think about it, the next step would be to ask staff to have a cost estimate on performing that, as opposed to going forward with it without knowing what it would cost. So they'd come back and identify who would provide a second opinion and come with an approximate cost of what it would take to cost to do that second opinion.
I can accept that after hearing what Mr. Kami said, because it would just make sense to have the geotechnical studies done, and from there.
So maybe the language would be to obtain the cost for a second opinion, and then we'd act or not act on that. Should we say in parallel with the geotechnical studies?
Yes, please.
And then that's up to you and the seconder on whether that's acceptable.
It's acceptable to me.
Fine.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the amendment. See any more hands to speak to the amendment? So giving these changes, I'll actually support the amendment. So I will vote yes. Councilmember Filseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Okay, so it's a 6-1. So it goes into the main motion, and then Councilmember Filseth.
Oh, I have one more thing. May I add one more?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. On your refine number D, refine underpass alternatives to address current shortcomings, could we be a little bit more specific about that? To refine the underpass by making the roundabout smaller and improving the bike and pedestrian path.
I didn't want to be too directive. Like, I mean, I think we should explore a smaller roundabout. And again, I think the bike is under a shortcoming. Maybe we can make it a little more general, like address current shortcomings by maybe looking at the size of the roundabout and improving bike ped connectivity, something like that.
Okay. If you accept that, yes.
I mean, there may be other things too. I don't want it
Right.
to be limited to just that.
Say including?
So refine the underpass alternatives to address current shortcomings, including size of the roundabout and the bike ped connections. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Hold on. So I think I'm okay with, as a second, I'm okay with this too. I think the main thing for me that's concerning is just the eminent domain, because I think that makes this a showstopper. So I think that's what the smaller roundabout is trying to do. So I think I'm okay with that. But
We could add, including eminent domain.
Okay, thank you.
Again, not that it needs to go away 100%, but again, I think refining it could reduce the impacts.
So apologies, I didn't mean to cut in there. Appreciate all this discussion. I just want to note, I think that the size of the roundabout, and I think it's really not the size of the roundabout that we're all concerned about. It's probably the 2 lanes in the roundabout that create the size. And just noting that our traffic consultant, Hexagon, has previously and on numerous occasions stated the reason why we are going to require 2 lanes there in order to accommodate the traffic that's going to go through there, noting that we have several diversions. Unfortunately, I don't think that we have we don't have our Hexagon traffic consultant here today, but so I'm just noting that we could come back with more information on that if that's necessary, but I don't know that we can necessarily address that because I think that removing that second lane, if I'm remembering correctly, and I'd love to have AECOM staff jump in if they have more information, but I believe that that makes the entire underpass fail, not having the 2 lanes there. So just noting that, and not saying that we couldn't refine it to look at that and to bring back information on that, but that would really be, I believe, what we'd be doing for that. The other things certainly could be refined, but I do want to note that we're eminent domain is a further point in the process. Typically, what we'd be looking at this point would be potential right-of-way impacts. Eminent domain is something that occurs later in the process when there's actual, legal negotiations for the property going on, and would be much further in the process. So if
so, could we change that to right-of-way impacts?
Yeah, that would be appreciated.
And again, I mean, the design refinement of underpass alternatives that you had in the staff report, I think that was the idea in this item, was to see what refinements could be made.
And I'm noting that AECOM has is confirming, although they haven't come on camera to confirm, but they confirmed what I said earlier about the issue with the failure without the 2 lanes in the roundabout. Failure of the ability to hold all the traffic.
That's correct. So, well,
thanks.
So, and we've answered that at public meetings in the past too. So that's.
So again, for me, the main part of this was to refine the underpass alternatives, as you described it in the staff report, but trying to accommodate kind of other council members here. Council member Filsa.
Yeah, thanks. So I agree with all of this, except that I'm concerned that it's premature to eliminate the hybrid option. And I think, there's still a bunch of questions. We're asking for refinement on the underpass alternatives. I heard one of our colleagues here say that if they couldn't fix the eminent domain problem, it was a showstopper. Well, showstopper means we're not going to do it. So I'm good with eliminating the viaduct option. I think there's not a compelling need to eliminate the hybrid option tonight, at least until we understand more about the feasibility of the underpass. The hybrid option is a known commodity. In many ways, the underpass is not. There's a lot of moving parts to it. And I personally would rather see some more flush out of the underpass alternative before we eliminate the hybrid option. And, the hybrid option, I do get where the vice mayor is coming from, because the one in San Carlos is, it's pretty clunky looking, right? On the other hand, if we're going to do more effort on the underpass design, then there may be a potential, if we were forced to it, to do more effort on more refinement on the hybrid design as well. So I think it's premature to do that. And I think what I want to do is propose an amendment that we eliminate item B from the motion tonight. And we'll revisit it again after we know more about the underpass.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, we could either vote on these items separately, or we could vote on this amendment. Guess it's the same thing. Do either of you want to speak to this?
I think I've already spoken to it. I think it's premature to eliminate it.
Councilmember Cormack?
In addition to it being premature, I want to double click on the point that Councilmember Philseth made about risk. This is an enormous decision for our community, as people have reminded us, repeatedly with decades to go. Frankly, I don't think the community expected us to be making a decision tonight. That wasn't even in the staff report. It was in a slide tonight that we might make decisions on alternatives. So, I think it's premature on both counts.
Okay, anybody else want to speak to the amendment? Vice Mayor Burt.
Thanks. So a couple things. First, if I were to eliminate tonight one of the elevated options, I would be inclined to eliminate the viaduct. I can't imagine how you can engineer a 16-foot tall berm and make it something other than a 16-foot tall berm. I had been interested in whether there could be actually in a hybrid a viaduct type of passage, and the answer was there wasn't. But if that was an option, that would intrigue me, so that you don't have the solid wall. And maybe quickly, I don't know whether the consultants can shed light on whether that is has any potential for consideration.
Eddie, do you have any information on that by chance?
I'd like to know that too, actually.
So if you're looking for kind of a, and this is Eddie McCurry from ACOM, is if you're looking for something that is a blend of hybrid and viaduct, where you have portions of it on embankment and portions of it unstructured, that's something we haven't explored, but it's certainly feasible.
Okay, thank you. So that is interesting to me. I also am inclined to move toward, well, really, I'm struggling with what Councilmember Cormack had suggested, which is we were not presented with a necessity to narrow the options tonight. The question is, are we prepared to do that? Do we have enough information to do that? Do we need any of the additional studies to help inform our choices on eliminating a viaduct and or the hybrid? And so I'm uncertain on that. I did want to, well, I guess since we're only talking about the amendment, I will only speak to that at this time.
Thank you. And just to remind council, we do have a closed session after this. Councilmember Stone, did you want to talk to the amendment?
Yeah, I'll just briefly. I will support the amendment. I do agree. I think it's premature to eliminate both elevated options. I'm concerned not having the geotechnical study results back. We don't know what will happen with that, and we don't want to be in a situation where that's really precluding more undergrounding options. And so being able to keep one of those options open, I think is the right way to go. And I am prepared to eliminate the viaduct option. So I will definitely be supporting the amendment. And on the issue of whether this was properly kind of agendized or at least notified, I mean, it was the city slides was included in the revised agenda that I think was released last week. And that 30-second slide does say possibly reduce the number of alternatives for further consideration. So not ideal as far as it being included in the actual staff report, but at least the slides was available. And I came into the meeting with the understanding that the hope was to be able to eliminate some of the alternatives. So I'm prepared to move ahead with that, and I'll vote in favor of the amendment.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I think the urgency to move quickly on this and reduce some options is the infrastructure bill, because this is probably like a once in a lifetime type of funding situation. So that's one of the reasons why, even though I do agree that there's not all the information, I think having a choice available that we could submit as part of this, I think would be interesting. I think it's of course important that we keep in touch with our lobbyists to make sure that we know where it is and we're not too late. But I think we want to catch that train if we can, right? Because this could really pay for the infrastructure here.
Okay, let's vote on this amendment. Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
And I will vote yes. Okay, so we strike B. And we're back to the original motion. Anybody else want to speak to the original motion? Councilmember Cormac.
I really think that the very last page of a staff report with a possible thing means that I'm not going to be able to support this decision tonight. A, because of that, and B, also because I've just spent some time looking at the matrix and I cannot reconcile the information in the matrix with some of the statements from my colleagues tonight. So I don't actually feel like we're making a decision based on the criteria that were established and the years of work. And I don't know how many dollars that have been put in by community members and our staff and then the consultants. So, you know, I don't think eliminating the viaduct is consistent, frankly, with some of the things that are listed there, and whether that's minimizing right of way or maximizing east-west connectivity. The viaduct does the viaduct does better on those, for example, than the underpass, which you know, there's been a lot of interest in tonight. So unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support this. I think I would support D and E, and certainly B, D, and E I would be able to support, but you know, there's no reason to split it. We'll see how things go as the conversation progresses, but I'm deeply concerned about the disconnect between the conversation we're having and the matrix.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah, thanks. I just, you know, as I pondered at least one piece of that too, which is the east-west connectivity. I couldn't sort of get my mind completely around it, because the east-west connectivity implies that, you know, you would be able to have more connections between the east side and the west side because the viaduct is essentially porous. And that's true. But in front of it, there's Alma Street, which is basically an expressway. And so, I mean, there aren't unless we're planning on building a lot more streets through Alma Street, which I suspect we're not, right? I mean, you have stoplights and all that kind of stuff. It just doesn't seem very likely that there's going to be significant improvements in east-west connectivity, other than to some extent visually, right? But in terms of crossing, you still have to cross Alma Street, and Alma Street is only going to get busier as time goes on. So to me, that one didn't resonate quite as much as some of the other issues.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we vote on the motion. We're starting with Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
No.
I'll vote yes. And Councilmember Filson.
Yes.
Okay, it passed on a 6-1 vote with Councilmember Cormac voting no. All right, that concludes our action item. Because we're going to go into a closed session, we actually have council member questions, comments, and announcements now. So Several of you have your hands up, I suspect, from the last item. Does anybody have any announcements? Okay.
Sure, I'll
Councilmember-
make one.
Yep.
This is, I was in Canada last week. In that country, 80% of eligible Canadians are already vaccinated. And last week, the government announced a new mandate that by the end of September, all government employees, all employees of federally regulated private industries, and all travelers on airlines, trains, and cruise lines must be vaccinated by the end of September. So I thought that was quite interesting. Meanwhile, here in the States. Thanks.
A couple of announcements. So I'm going to be visiting our sister city in Heidelberg over the Labor Day weekend, talking about some of our sustainability initiatives, as well as some of the experiential learning they have there for their high school students. I also just wanted to make a comment about, this past week we had a rare but violent attack on University, which could have been much worse. I've gotten updates that the young woman's doing well and recovering from what could have been a fatal attack. And then, the recent news about the attacks against Councilmember Lydia Koo, the owner of Fuki Sushi. I just want to say I think they're extremely troubling. We can and must do better. And I think we all need to speak out against these kinds of racist attacks. And then finally, on a happier note, as we go into closed session, I wanted to mention that I will be adjourning the meeting tonight in honor of 3 remarkable women, environmental leaders who really left an imprint on Palo Alto. And each of them celebrated birthdays in August. So former council members Emily Renzel and Enid Pearson, who protected Palo Alto parkland and open space, and Nanette Henko, who founded the Mid-Peninsula Open Space Trust. So I just want to say happy birthday, and we'll adjourn the meeting in their honor. So now we're going to go into closed session. It's a conference with real property negotiators on 300 Homer Avenue. So we should first see if there are any members of the public that want to speak to this item. And I don't see any. So can we have a motion to go into closed session?
Move. Second.
Okay. I think that was Councilmember Filseth, seconded by Councilmember Koo. And we will start with Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
And Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Okay, so 7-0 vote. It's about 12 minutes to 10. I suggest we take a break and we show up in closed session at 10 o'clock. See you there. All right, I see a quorum here. So coming back from closed session with no reportable action, and meeting is adjourned at 11:36. Good night.